Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Mic one, mic two. Hello. Check one, mic one. Check. Mic one, check. Hello, check. Mic one, mic two. Check. Mic one, mic two. Check.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I request you all to settle down, please. We'll begin with the first session shortly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of the MP-IDSA-CAPSS joint conference. We will now begin with the first session of the day. The theme of this session is Challenges of Space-Enabled Operations in Modern Conflict. May I now invite the panelists of the session to kindly join us on the stage. Air Marshal S.P. Dharkar, PVSM, UVSM, ABSM, Brigadier Anshuman Narang, Group Captain Parijat Agashe, and Group Captain T.H. Anand Rao. The session will be moderated by Air Marshal S.P. Dharkar. Air Marshal Dharkar, PVSM, UVSM, ABSM was commissioned on 14 June 1985 as a flying pilot in the fighter stream of the Indian Air Force and flew more than 3,600 hours on different aircraft of the Indian Air Force. He is a qualified flying instructor, fighter strike leader, and an instrument rating instructor and examiner. He is an alumnus of National Defense Academy and Defense Services Staff College. He held several important appointments in his career, including that of Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief at the Eastern Air Command and Senior Air Staff Officer at Southwestern Air Command. He also held offices of Air Defense Commander at Headquarters East Air Command and Assistant Chief of the Air Staff Training at Air Headquarters. He was also the first Director General of the Defense Space Agency. It is a pleasure to have you with us, sir. May I now request you to take over the proceedings. Thank you.
Master Shenoy, Air Marshal Golani, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege to be here this morning. And as I have heard from the audience that was here yesterday, this has really been an exciting entire session or set of sessions yesterday. And I look forward to an equally interesting piece today. To set off this session on space and its challenges, I would like to offer a few remarks to my fellow panelists here before they set course into their own individual talks. And that is about, firstly, in order to allow everybody adequate opportunity, both to listen into your views and as also to get more information from what you may carry. I would request you to stick to your times of that 17-minute slot. I'll give you a caution at 15 minutes. And I'd request that you take the next 2 minutes to either cover what you would have liked to cover in greater detail, as also to conclude, so that we can personally delve into some of this in Q&A. I would personally just about take another 2-3 minutes before I let you have the stage individually. As we see it today, what we knew of the world in terms of its rule-based order seems to be taking a major hit. The term international law is almost sounding like an oxymoron today. And when you look at the domains of land, sea, air, and space, in fact, all of them are equally in trouble in this regard. Space has its own and somewhat unique challenges. And as proliferation in space becomes more and more evident, the challenges only seem to burgeon. I can possibly think of maybe 5 issues that would be of prime relevance in this regard. The first is, of course, congestion. But when you talk of congestion, let me put into a little perspective, which is not typically as one would believe that that domain is becoming as congested as Chandni Chowk is. Fact remains that orbital space, at least in the typically larger used orbits in LEO, is becoming congested. If you look at the altitude of between 500 and 700 kilometers, and you take roughly a number of objects of about 40,000 that are considered to be there, of a size of more than 10 centimeters, as can be monitored easily, one still looks at a density only of what, almost just 3 into 10, one object in 3 into 10 to the power 6 kilometers cube. So strictly, it's not as congested as one may remember from those images that are put out about with the Earth in center and that ring around it, depicting each object that is in orbit there. Because it's a matter of scale, the largest orbital objects are the size of a football field, the ISS, weighing about 450 tons or thereabouts, give or take. But when you look at that, which is just a pixel on that particular image, then you may recognize that Earth over there with its radius of 6,300 kilometers shows up as a sphere of some size. And that immediate ring around it appears to be so dense. So it's not strictly as dense as we believe, but it is getting more and more challenging. And what is more challenging is the limits of physics when you look at the electromagnetic spectrum and how that particular portion is becoming a challenge. Limitations of bandwidth, limitations or interference as a result of other transmissions, both willful or at sometimes adversarial, is what is the other challenge in using space gainfully, adequately well. The third one is about the larger number of players who want to get into that field, both the governmental agencies, militaries, as well as private players, and the greater number of objects that continue to be put up into those orbits. The fourth one, of course, is the nature, complexity, and evolution of technology in this particular domain. And the fifth and last one being cost, because all this, of course, comes at reasonable cost. When you look at space law and how it has evolved, it definitely has not evolved at the same pace as the proliferation of space has. And although weaponization of space is considered to be a no-no, fact remains that each object over there by itself is in its own way a weapon. It's an object traveling at more than 7,000 meters per second. A 10-gram object traveling at that particular speed at impact would result in the same kind of destructive force as 60 grams of TNT, or about 600 times the force of a 9-millimeter bullet at 20 meters range. So you could imagine then what would be the kind of damage resulting from this kind of an impact. As one sees more and more nations want to put up satellites into orbit, and a greater number of players who are now willing to be there or attempting to be there, one realizes then that a rule-based system is essential in order to ensure adequate, appropriate, and continued use of this domain to all concerned. When would that become a reality? One remains to wait. It remains to wait and watch. As regards then the responsibility of ensuring that an object being put up there does not collide with another remains still with the nation that is launching it. That remains true as we speak today, which brings with it its own challenges about space domain awareness, about the requirement to collaborate, the requirement to share information, and the like. I'm certain my fellow panelists will give you more insights on this in their individual talks. May I now leave it entirely to them, starting with Brigadier Anshuman Narang to take the stage first.
Can I have the presenter?
By the time they get the presentation on, thanks to the chairs of my DS and staff college days, and thanks to DG-CAPSS and DG-IDSA for this opportunity to share my views on dual use infrastructure, the trends and prospects. Now, I'll go exactly by 15 minutes, and when Sir says I'll just conclude in 2 minutes, that's my time. The points I will try to highlight is how the trends in space are happening and what the prospects for that use of civil structure for military in conflicts. And it's an interesting aspect. I'll try and connect to what's happening in Iran, Israel, what the Chinese are trying to do against India, and put a correlation to it, what we must do. So, this is where we were in 2017. We were the hero. 35% of what we launched were launched from India, small satellites. And 2024, we are at 0. So 7 years down the lane, things have changed. How has it impacted us? It's not moving. You see what we left in 17 and how it slowly impacted. And then come to the aspect of dual use. Countries as like even Japan in 2023 have something of military, but we have nothing for military in these years. So did it stop at 23? No. It didn't improve in 24 and 25 also. And that thing remained. This is not moving, please. I need a control from this, please. So the ratio only became worse. And that kept on. Okay, hold on. And what is worse is thanks to China's infrastructure. Pakistan in the last year launched satellites, 2 of EO and 1 in this year. So even a country like Pakistan with no space infrastructure significant enough has taken a lead where ISRO and our likes were higher. So how has that manifested? This is gone. We have to see the manifestation in terms of what happened in Sindoor. Now, Operation Sindoor, all of you would have read that Maxar gave about 13 odd images to a blacklisted Pakistani firm, and everyone was trying hue and cry about it. So when you query Maxar inventor as to what did they do, what did they do? They say these 14 images which they gave, you require for upgradation of their maps. So, a tourist who's going around in Pahalgam, he needs to know where the map, where everything is. Okay, still logical, some logic. What happens here? 129 images, 121 images precise from 1st January to 21st April of Pahalgam to Pakistan provided. Chinese civil commercial satellites have imaged this. Now, is it the first time? No. Look back. This is November 22 in Tawang area, 450 images. Why in Tawang? 450 images. And why in November 22? Because December 22, they attempted Yangtze. They tried to take over that salami slicing kind of a walk in there. So let's look at the trends. Now, we all have grown up, in childhood, in our schools, we saw Mahabharat, and at the epic scene, Ram will call off his Brahmastra and recite some mantras. Now, same thing is happening live in Iran, Israel today. The algorithms are being played. The missiles and the missile interceptors are fighting against each other. How are those algorithms coming up, and what's the prospect? The prospect is America looks at a golden dome launching from space. What's Ukraine showing? is showing low cost. So two things at the same time. Space is important, but the miniaturization and commercialization of space is also important. Smaller, low cost from space. How do you merge the two? Data. You merge the data from space, you merge the data from drones and make it geo-artificial intelligence. That's how you stitch. And when you stitch them up together, your machines learn better. And when your machines learn better, algorithms become better. And that's how you get the algorithm superiority. So how do you get this data? Who will provide this data? The data comes from space domain. And that is why you say space domain is the strategic commanding height. And data is the new oil. Now, this is an airfield being watched by Mizar Vision. That's a Chinese data aggregator company. It's not taking data from Chinese satellites alone, and that's a live airfield scene. And all these spots you are seeing are recorded on AI. Now, when did this data get recorded? Jump 1 year back, June 25. This are the civilian satellites of China clicking images. Now, on 14 June, 2,500 images of Iran. It amounts to 4 images per minute. Every 15 seconds, one image being clicked of Iran. That's the quantum. How much were they clicking of Israel? On the best day was this. So every THAAD interceptor, every Patriot, how it is deployed, how it is going to react was being picked up. And today, they are testing their AI data. Now, what do they do against India? I showed you some sample. Now, look at this. While world over, all satellites together are imaging China 500 times in a day, they are imaging at many times 500 images of India alone. This is as early or as recent as January 26. I have February 26, but I'm showing January 26 data for some interesting aspects here. Vizag, 14 January 26, 226 images of Vizag. Why? Because the International Fleet Review was coming up in February. So they monitored everything and made a null ISR layer. So when the exercise takes place on February, they will be absolutely updated how things are occurring. And the quantum, you look at what China is looking, and these are all satellites. Now look at this Nagaland. They do it in January. In February, that little bit of rehype of the insurgency occurs. See the connections. Now, while that is all good weather, fair weather days, clear sunlight, what happens in dark, bad weather? This is the coverage. And this is Itanagar. So you see the Elint and the SARS satellites, the commercial ones. So what they're trying to do is something, a transformation into a brain. From sense in space and analyze on ground to sense in space and analyze in space. That is edge computing, what they're moving towards. So, this is 7 minutes they tested and claimed by propaganda in 23-24 that from a user's mobile till capturing the image was 7 minutes, 54 seconds. Propaganda, grant them 70 minutes. But even 70 minutes is decent. Let's take a next step. Anyone? Any clue what is this photograph, please? Anyone who has seen it? Okay. This is a robo being controlled by a satellite. This is the propaganda which Chinese have taken out. That robo dog, a humanoid robo being controlled by a computing constellation. May not happen, may just be propaganda, but that's the next stage. To decide in space and pass in command from space. We all would have seen this video. Somehow it's not playing here. This is humanoid robos being made to do small arms firing in a high altitude range opposite India, Eastern Ladakh area. So, of course, that's the new stage of metaverse. AI, you get augmented reality and virtual reality and try and take those commands from space. It's not moving. Okay, how do they get it together? It is an ideal example of utilizing the space infrastructure of the civilians by the military in any conflict which will occur. You look at it, the landing, the launch, the control, the tracking, everything, including the R&D, everything is synchronized and controlled by the Aerospace Force, which supports the fighting theater commands through mapping and serving brigades. So the structure is absolutely in place. How does it impact us? Look at Sindoor. Pakistan was getting all Chinese satellite images, as I showed you. What were we dependent on? Ventor and others. Impact, delayed images, intentional delay. Let's jump straight to Iran, Israel. America has imposed through Ventor or Planet a 14 days delay. Yes, a lot of people have been able to offset that delay, but that 14 days delay has been imposed, which was supposed to be coming live. So in a case of Pakistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan gets the cream of both America and China. Now, live situation, how does it impact? See, the battle on ground is that launcher which has to fire, Iranian launcher which has to fire, will come out of the tunnel, either just at the cusp of it or come out some distance, fire a missile. So that is scooting from the height, reaching here, shooting, and scooting back to another height. That's what the missile man or the drone chap is doing. What is the spaceman doing? They are detecting. This is getting covered in here. This is detecting, tracking, acquiring, and engaging. So this is a real-time. What's happening? Now look at this. This is Chinese missile launch or rocket launch site. You can see some of them could be a decoy planted at a place called Tholing, which has Delhi within reach. What's our time to detect? They come out, they shoot, they go back. So the time of that is extremely limited. And that is where the persistent ISR cover is absolutely important. And it's to get all the decision cycle moving in that much time, which is available to hit him and stitch things together. So how do you do it? Upstream, midstream, and downstream. These are the three critical aspects of space infrastructure which you have to stitch together. Let's make it a little bit interactive. How many of you are using which Geo Insight? How many use Google Earth straight? Hands up, please. How many use Google Earth? Most of you. How many have used this? Indian SatCons, Bhuvan, official, no one has used. So where does the revenue go? Understand that point. Navigation. All of us would have reached there. Our drivers would have switched on the GPS. What's the app? Google. How many use Map My India? None. So we have one or two. Now, where is the money? Where is the data? Where is the revenue going? This is actual downstream. And how it matters is this. See the figures. Map My India. Google's AI is itself accepting in Indian conditions, Map My India is better than Google. But by us using Google, is taking the money, is taking our data, and in effect, strengthening the upstream, which Elon Musk and others are creating. So in that, as users, civilian users, if you use Indian, you strengthen the Indian military. Understand that aspect. But within that framework, within that structure, there are a lot of other things which need to be done. Let me give you another example and what the prospect needs to be. This is a normal electro-optical satellite of Chinese Rotok garrison. Everyone would have heard in Galwan, just near Galwan area. Now, if you have an IR satellite, even a sentry standing will give you a lot of signatures, the heat signatures. Now, you overlay that on an EO, immediately you can come to know where the thermal hotspots are, where is the movement. That cycle of detection which I was talking becomes absolutely faster. But then you have to club a lot many things. And when you add synthetic aperture radar, you clearly can make the difference where the metal is. If you have RF, further strengthens, so your detection cycle becomes superb. And of course, we are going to be having the world's first Optosar satellite being launched, Mission Drishti. Hopefully soon it should be up by Galaxy AI and make a difference. but it is about stitching those inputs together to make it discernible for the decision makers to decide. And that is when you get a data aggregation software up. And this is one of the companies, Suhora, which is doing it in India. Aircraft detection, similar, like I showed you. And this is by an Indian company. What I showed you then was a Chinese. From detection, you move to classification, come to know in a ship movement what ship it is. You facilitate a decision which has to get targeted. And from there, you value the target, which SAM site, which aircraft, which is better to target. And then you take a decision for engagement. And this is that Operation Spiderweb of Russia being decided by an Indian company that what were the losses. So this is how you stitch the web together, put the civilian satellites and make sense of it. Monitoring every movement, and that is the way ahead of what we need to go. For all those who may not have understood it, let me amplify this by a simple Chinese example. Now in Sindoor, when that Paki Air Force Marshal, Air Vice Marshal Aurangzeb was claiming electronically identify every aircraft. Now that was the claim. Now the LN constellation is up, and I showed you the sample of how it is picking up. So that LN satellite picks up the emitter, conveys it, and then tells the SAR, it's time you confirm. The SAR does it this way, and this is the Bohai Sea where they are managing to do it. So that's the Chinese style, and whole set of satellites which I've listed are civilian. On my last 1 minute, I would like to confirm the communication. Now, this is one area where we are badly behind, and badly means absolutely badly behind. Look at the layers of communication, OFC, mobile, satellite. This is what the Chinese are trying to achieve. And this is how their communication network, the Link 17, an equivalent of American 16, they're trying to establish through quantum and others. And here we have the world's largest unconnected internet population, and we don't have our LEO constellation still to go up. So those are issues of concern. Yes, ship detection and all this are simple examples which you can go on. I will only like to conclude and say the race is about these 21 hours which we need to take care of, and how the civil and military combine together to stitch it and make it minimal for India. That is what I finished.
The floor is yours.
Not this one. Good morning, everyone. Respected panelists, senior leaders, ladies, gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. It is both a privilege and indeed a very daunting task to stand in front of this august gathering and speak on a subject of which most of us are very less familiar, me included, and a battlefield that is quite literally above all of us. Although Brigadier Narang did portray a very stark picture in front of us and tried to instill a sense of urgency in all of us, my talk today would be on a more zoomed out level, wherein I'll try and establish some amount of navigational path between deterrence and diplomacy that I feel India must pursue. Next, please. Go back. Yeah. So I intend to cover my talk under three very simple heads. I will try and take Clausewitz to space. Thereafter, I'll try and explain India's strategic position, what has been our deterrence measures, what have been our diplomatic overtures, and thereafter I'll suggest a simple way forward. Next, please. Let me start by quoting a simple quote by Tim Marshall. He says, and I quote, "Every time humanity has entered a new domain, it has brought war with it." So the real question is not whether space will be contested or not. It would be, as has been explained by the chair and Brigadier Narang thereafter, but how we manage this contestation before it gets out of hand and we make the domain unusable for all. But we have handled domains before, right? We are masters of land, air, and sea, cyber included. So what is so special about space? What makes it so special? So I turned to one of my favorite authors, Clausewitz, because regardless of which domain we speak of, he seems to have gotten it right almost every time. So I tried to apply Clausewitz's remarkable trinity, next please, of passion, chance, and reason to space domain. At the cost of oversimplification, think of this as a three-legged stool. Any one leg which is out of shape, out of phase, will render the structure unusable and unstable. So let's dig a little deeper into this. Passion is what people feel: national pride, fear, suspicion. Now in space, passion manifests as a suspicion of intent. 95% of all space technology is dual use. An imaging satellite which can monitor crops can very well be used to monitor troop movement, something that Brigadier Narang once again showed us. A servicing satellite which can be used to arrange solar arrays can also be used to disable a sensor on another satellite. So this creates a persistent dilemma where a nation observes this kind of capabilities. It does not know what to glean out of it. Is it a cooperative maneuver? It's a coercive strategy. What does the adversary want to do? So the difficulty lies in the fact that intent can not be observed directly. Capability can. And therefore, yesterday when this idea was floated to the House, that we might consider a scenario of placing weapons in space to contend the BMD, it left me wondering whether we are kick-starting another security dilemma by an action like this. Because though it is a defensive action, and a purely defensive action at that, it might not be construed as one by the adversary and will subsequently result in a security dilemma. Now, if passion creates tension, chance introduces risk. Chance is what can go wrong. So when a commander orders a system to be destroyed in any other domain, on land, at sea, or in air, the damage remains to be contained. However, in space, it does not happen so. It results in creation of debris that fly at extraordinary velocities. They do not respect boundaries. They do not identify friend from foe. They make the environment unsuitable for operation for the victor and the vanquished alike. Another form of chance is how does these actions translate onto the terrestrial domain. So while one nation may have the capability to counter a particular strike which has taken place on its satellite, it may elect not to do so, considering the second order effect that I just spoke of. But it can translate it down to terrestrial domain. Now this is where it gets really tricky, because hit on a particular satellite out of sight, out of mind, and perhaps out of public scrutiny, more importantly, may still be tolerated by most nations and politicians. Sovereignty infringement would perhaps certainly would not be. In multiple war games conducted by RAND, it was observed that a situation like this can quickly accelerate out of conventional domain into nuclear domain as well. Which brings us to the third element of reason, that is what government does: plans, policies, strategies, and thereof. Yet here we encounter another fundamental issues. There is no common language in space. Simple aspects like what constitutes a weapon, what constitutes peaceful use, in fact, where does space begin from, has not been agreed upon by most nations. And therefore, all the laws and the treaties which have come in place have either not been agreed by all parties equally or have not found the kind of traction that they were designed for. The earliest treaty, that is the OST Outer Space Treaty in 1961, predominantly centered around keeping weapons of mass destruction out of orbit, but they remain silent on everything else that has technological development which has followed ever since, like cyber intrusions and jamming and as such. So it is within this complex environment, please go next, that India's approach has taken place in space domain. while the big three, that is US, Russia, and China, saw these developments coming up as a offshoot of military development in India. Please go next. In India, these developments were largely civilian in nature, chaired by Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. However, cold realities of contemporary world dictate another action. And therefore, I understand that India has made overtures both in deterrence and diplomacy. I will speak of deterrence first. In 1954, India called for a standstill on nuclear testing. At that time, this initiative gained very little traction, possibly because India did not have the kind of capability in this particular domain back then. It was only in 1970, when major powers had consolidated their grip on nuclear strength, did they allow the NPT to pass through. And it has taken the shape that all of us are well aware of. India learned its lesson from history back then. However, it was triggered further by China's offensive use of anti-satellite strike, that is mission in 2019, which demonstrated that India needed similar capabilities. Multiple measures in improving our deterrence posture has taken ever since. First is the Mission Shakti, which in March 2019, wherein we proved that we also have a similar capability, albeit we did it in a more responsible manner, wherein the satellite was shot down at roughly around 280 kilometers from the surface of the Earth, which resulted in quick decay of the debris and did not pose a considerable threat to other operators. Second, India introduced multiple structural reforms, like the institution of Defense Space Agency in 2019, and more recently the release of joint military doctrine on space, which indicate that now we have understood and recognized this as a war-fighting domain. However, deterrence itself is a self-sufficient loop, and it ends into an endless cycle of competition. Therefore, India has also made some diplomatic overtures, like Unnati program, wherein India is providing training to scientists and engineers from various countries, which to build their nano satellites. So various countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America are getting benefited from this. Large-scale initiatives like Pan-Africa E-Network satellite, which uses an Indian satellite, is used to provide teleeducation and telemedicine across Africa. We have also partnered with countries like Bhutan, Brunei, Vietnam to establish ground station to strengthen regional space infrastructure. Closer home, South Asia satellite launched in 2017 provides communication, disaster management, and meteorological data in the region, consolidating our role and duties in our regional neighborhood. Beyond development partnership, India has also advocated for global governance. At United Nations, India has been a long-standing member of COPUS, and we are also signatory to all 5 leading United Nations treaties like OST, Rescue Agreement, Liability Convention, the Moon Treaty, and others. Further, with BRICS, we have contributed in a remote sensing satellite constellation for disaster management. At G20, India has proposed satellite missions for climate observation, and we are also partnering with our Quad allies and Quad partners in the domain of maritime and space security. Finally, India is also strengthening its global economic footprint by organizations like New Space India Limited and InSpace, and which has launched multiple, in fact, hundreds of foreign satellites for multiple nations. How does this help? I'll try and cover subsequently. So going forward, India's blueprint for space security governance rests, in my understanding, on these 3 pillars. Now, we must understand something here. India is not a great power as far as space domain is concerned. We are something what most people and authors identify as middle power. Just to put things in perspective, in the heyday of Cold War, US was spending as much as 4% of its federal spending on developing space capabilities, as against India, wherein our space program was just in the nascent stages. Today, US spends roughly about 25 billion US dollars towards this program, which amounts to close to 20 times of what India spends. What we lack in funding, we have more than made good by ingenuity and frugal designs. And therefore, success stories like Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan, they are evidence to the same. This is where our start point is, and therefore our path cannot be either deterrence or diplomacy. It has to navigate between the two. And therefore, these three guidelines. Let me begin with strength. India has demonstrated mission Shakti. I've spoken about it, but is it enough? Today, we need to move above and over and above kinetic means to non-kinetic measures like jamming, cyber intrusion, and others like such. DSA and DRDO are doing monumental work in this. However, we are still a long point from where we need to reach to be able to deter any enemy by the medium of punishment. The second aspect is through denial. This requires moving away from small number of niche and very expensive satellites to a more distributed and resilient system. This is something that Major General Sira from JASI alluded to yesterday. So towards this, startups like Pixel and Dhruva Space are doing some foundational work, but we need to give more steam to such projects so as to be able to make a more robust system. A third dimension is through partnership. By launching satellites and multiple countries and engaging in collaborative projects, India has effectively created a web of shared interest. Attack on any one of this and you are attacking a collaboration of states rather than just one. Having discussed strength, let me move to restraint. Following the anti-satellite tests, India has embarked on a debris-free space mission initiative, which aims to ensure that all space missions, whether they are government or private, they follow a more responsible conduct. This includes strict adherence to post-mission disposal and controlled deorbiting. Another area where restraint is critical is declaration of our intent. Remember, communication is important. I've spoken about the dual use nature of space technology, and therefore India has always used terms like common heritage for mankind, shared communication benefits. These are cognitive tools that imply our intent and clarify our position on the domain. And restraint must also follow domestic governance. Today, we do not have a space policy which regulates liability, operational responsibility, or property rights to the private players. That is the need of the hour today. It has to happen now. Finally, let me come to the final pillar, that is leadership. At multilateral levels, India has actively participated in discussions on space governance. However, we need more robust and legally binded agreements rather than just norms. And therefore, India, in its wisdom, has denied or abstained from voting in the 2022 UN resolution calling for a ban on debris-generating ASAT missile testing, because this was just a norm and not a legal binding. India has always favored legal bindings over norms. Next, India must propose incremental and event-based agreements rather than attempting a comprehensive solution, because as I've told you, comprehensive solutions are difficult to reach and difficult to be agreed by all players involved. One logical start point could be sharing of SSA. We are already doing it in some fashion by the Netra project. This is a relatively non-controversial area. It enhances transparency and builds confidence. India can take it up one step forward and suggest certain traffic management systems to ensure predictable movement of space satellites. Simple and effective means like establishing a communication line, a hotline, can be one of the measures that India can take up, especially in the light of congestion that we heard of earlier. Just to put the things in perspective, China in 2025 has filed a proposal with ITU, which says that it will be launching upwards of 2 lakh satellites by 2035. That's a humongous amount of satellites, dwarfing even the Starlink endeavors till now. Okay, I understand most of them may be paper satellite. However, this such a situation is bound to happen sooner or later. The next thing that India could do is, instead of defining a space weapon, which is a difficult proposition to do, we may elect to identify irresponsible behavior, which is perhaps a little more simpler to do. For example, setting clear guidelines for proximity operation. To explain this particular point, in 2019, Russia launched a satellite tagged as Cosmos 2542. It was what it did was something incredible. It started shadowing a US spy satellite, USA 245. It was tagged as such, and it mimicked its trajectory in the orbit. What it did next was even more incredible. It released another sub satellite from inside it. Okay, it was tagged as Cosmos 2543. what happened was something out of science fiction books. It shot a projectile into empty space. Now, this kind of a behavior is likely to raise a lot of eyebrows and is likely to, get blood pressures of anyone in the Space Command of US up and running. So this is something that India can perhaps take a lead on and try and identify such behavior which can be isolated and therefore identified and put a stop to. To conclude, the space has become a congested and contested competitive environment, and in this, we need a firm blueprint to move forward. Before I conclude, I would like to show you this Eisenhower matrix. For decades, space was treated as a strategic reserve, governed by norms, buffered by long development cycles, and insulated by the immediate nature of terrestrial conflict. It is no longer so. Brigadier Narang has more than adequately shown us that we have now shifted from the comfortable decide quadrant to the extreme left, that is to the less forgiving do quadrant, where delay is no longer an option. It has to be done now. Thank you for patient listening. Jai Hind.
Good morning, everyone. The session title being Challenges to Space Enabled Operations in Modern Conflicts. And when I think of what should be the biggest challenge, I think it is in ensuring that we have unrestricted access to the space services that we desire from our satellites in space. And towards that, we must remember that we are getting more and more dependent on these satellites, and this dependency is also giving us a vulnerability. And the vulnerability is because of the number of threats in the space domain itself, which have been talked about. And one of the ways to mitigate these threats is through SSA, the Space Situational Awareness or Space Domain Awareness, which I shall be talking about. So what are these threats? The threats that have been talked about could be classified mainly into the non-military threats and the military threats. Non-military threats are basically what the chair has mentioned about this congestion in space and the resulting debris and effects of space weather and space radiation. And the military threats would be the various weapons that are being used in space, which is a reality today. Uh, the basic difference being between the non-military and military is that for an object to cause a damage, it should have the capability to cause a damage, it should have an opportunity to cause a damage, and there should be an intent to cause a damage. And the military threats have an intent to cause a damage, and that uh, is dealt separately, not in the scope of this talk. But when we talk about the opportunity to cause a damage, that is what we can mitigate through space situational awareness or space domain awareness. A quick look at the statistics to see the enormity of the problem. You can see the figures here. Number of operational satellites, 14,200, and these are the figures which have been put out by the ESA. And the objects tracked are much more than that. Obviously, the difference is in the large number of debris that are there in orbit. While the debris figure estimated is much more than that, the tracked debris is much less. So looking at the debris sizes, it's only about 5% of objects that are tracked. 95% of the objects which are smaller size debris are not even tracked. And on top of that, number of satellites are increasing by the year. In just the last 5 to 6 years, out of these 14,200 operational satellites, we have added almost 12,000 in the last 5 to 6 years only. And it was only 2,000 satellites between the first, 1957 and till 2020. So that is the enormity of the problem when we talk of the non-military threats. So the collision avoidance maneuvers which are being done, a look at the figures of the collision avoidance maneuvers being done by ISRO, you will see that the number of maneuvers that are being done are increasing by the year, basically because of the number of satellites that are increasing. And maneuvers have also been done by ISRO to avoid the Starlink satellites. But in 2024, you will find a dip that is basically because of better anomaly prediction, better collision detection, and a reduction in the false alarm rates. We don't have the figures of 2025 yet. So just a quick recap for those of you who don't understand SSA, space situational awareness. It's basically knowing what is there in space and what is it doing. So it's a three-step process. First being to observe, that's a surveillance part, to observe through various sensors, which could be radars or telescopes or laser range finders and so on. And the next step is to identify these and catalog them through something called as a NORAD ID, and thereafter monitor them through that tagging. And the third step is to do some predictive analysis of conjunctions or collisions that could happen, and inform the operators that their satellite is going into an unsafe zone. So this is the basic process of SSA. Now, who does SSA? There are various agencies, the largest being the Space Surveillance Network, which is run by the United States Space Command. And the other states also, like Russia, has its own SSA, which is called the SKKP. China has its own SSA network, and the ESA has its own space surveillance and tracking network. And then there are some private bodies like the Space Data Association, the International Space Optical Network, and the Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization. These are all alliances which are doing their own independent SSA. Of course, they do have some interaction with each other. There are also some commercial SSA providers, a large number of companies that have been listed. Not everyone does the full stack of SSA activity, but they are expert in certain segments of activity. And some companies do the full stack, like Leo Labs or Digantra. When I say full stack, it is manufacturing the satellite or the sensor, putting up in space, getting the data and analyzing it. So now comes the critical question of SSA versus SDA. Essentially, we talked about what is SSA. So essentially, SSA covers all the activities, but somewhere in 2019, 2020, when United States came up with their space policy directives and established the Space Force and declared space as an operational domain, the term SDA, or Space Domain Awareness, was started to be heard, and thus they started using it basically to give a strategic dimension to these space situational awareness activities. So what essentially is the difference, which they say is SDA deals with the threats of the intentional nature, which I talked about, that is detecting threats which are military in nature. So that is the essential difference between SDA and SSA. So obviously the scope of SDA would be much larger than SSA. For a layperson, SSA would mean knowing about a designated object in orbit, whereas SDA would be knowing everything about what's happening around that object. So what are the concerns in the existing SSA? Firstly is the surveillance and tracking. There are gaps in coverage. The entire space around us is not covered by any agency. They are covered in bits and pieces, and the picture is put together through some kind of mathematical models of the orbital patterns. Then the sensor capabilities are limited by the size of the objects. We all know that objects which are more than 10 centimeters in size are detected. Smaller sizes, there are now a few radars which can detect, but much smaller sizes are not detected. The microsatellites which are there in low Earth orbit, there are many small satellites which are coming up. It's difficult to detect them. Then comes the analysis and database, which when I say the cataloging, that cataloging is not complete. There are many unidentified objects also which are there in orbit. And the data standards and interoperability, when you have many agencies that need to interact with each other, you need to have certain data standards which have not yet been established. And that also leads to problems of interoperability between various agencies that provide the SSA data. Then information sharing is another challenge, because operators, though they have information about their satellites, they don't share it with other operators. Similarly, various agencies which I have listed out earlier in one of the slides, they don't share the data with each other. So the effective picture of SSA that we have is not a complete picture of the whole situation that is there in orbit. So what are the imperatives of all these things? So we talked about collisions and threats in space. So they're no longer theory. They're going to happen. It's happened. There have been collisions in space earlier. There have been collision avoidance maneuvers, many of them, which keep happening every day. So satellites are at a risk, which we need to factor in. For an effective SSA, we need to have geographically distributed sensors. Just having sensors within our own landmass will not give us a good picture, and therefore there is a need to collaborate with other space agencies for having a comprehensive picture. It's not possible to screen all objects at the same time. There are limitations technically and otherwise also, which I had talked about earlier. Therefore, there will be number of objects which will be left out unless we address the technical challenges. Then third party sensing, there are many private operators, there are amateur operators who have some kind of information through the telescopes or whatever. So those kind of information is not integrated into the entire SSA picture. And lastly, it is an international and collaborative activity which needs to be recognized. No country can have a complete SSA on their own. So just quickly looking at what are the global trends in SSA organization, like I've talked about the space surveillance network provided by the USA. That is the largest and more and widely accepted network for SSA. But there's a large, I mean, there's a growing distrust with the American way of providing the SSA, and therefore regional alliances are growing. And some of these regional alliances are the APSCO, which is mainly led by China, and there are members like Pakistan and Iran and Peru and Bangladesh, Turkey, and so on. And they have certain telescopes that have been positioned in these places to gather their own SSA data. ISON is the International Space Optical Network, which is led by the Russian Academy of Sciences. And they have members across the European and South Asian region, which are members of this International Space Optical Network. Basically, it's a network of telescopes which does SSA. And ESA, the European Space Agency, has their own space surveillance and tracking, and they do an independent SSA, but they do have some kind of handshake with the American SSN. Russia and China, of course, they have an independent capability, and the interaction with the Western system is limited. Now, the US and Japan, we can study that model. Japan, while they were using space services for a long time, they started getting into space when after the US declared it as an operational domain. So in 2020, they set up their first space cordon, which is an SSA cordon. And that is a lesson we need to learn, that when the military wanted to enter into the space domain, the first thing they did was to set up the SSA and then look at other things. So they have something called an open access, open architecture data repository, where all SSA sensors can plug in their information and pull out information as required. While the information, the ownership of that information remains with the Ministry of Defense, and it is managed by the Japan JSDF, Air Self-Defense Forces. But every operator, be it private or the JAXA, they contribute to the data and use data as required. Similarly, the United States, they under the United States Space Command, um, they have the CSPOC, which is Combined Space Operations Center, which is the repository of all the SSA data which they get from various sources. And they have a military wing as well as a civil wing. And they provide the SSA. This was earlier called the Joint Integrated and Combined Space Operations Center, where they added each of these letters after initially having it only by the Air Force and then including all the three services and then making it a global venture by including all their NATO partners. So finally, it is the Combined Space Operations Center. Now they have something called the Joint Commercial Operations also, because at some point of time after 2020, they realized that the military itself cannot handle all the SSA. And therefore they need to interact with many private players, and this whole that activity of SSA was handed over the Department of Commerce, though the base activity remains with the Department of Defense. And that activity was created as a, a front door to the CSPOC, which is now called the Joint Commercial Operations Center. And this gives the SSA, provides SSA to all the civilian operators and the commercial operators in the United States. So what are the global trends? SSA organization could be civil or defense. There are no right answers. It is based on perceptions, and the perceptions are based on what are the requirements of each country. There are advantages and disadvantages of both. Having a civil SSA system makes it easier to interact with the private sector and the commercial operators providing SSA. Integration of all these inputs become easier. Whereas having a defense-led SSA system makes it easier to amalgamate the data from all the sensors, including the military radars and other sensors. So that is the basic difference. And the issue that needs to be resolved is the dichotomy between the data secrecy and data transparency. While the military would have some kind of data secrecy for the military objects in space, but a true space situational awareness program would require data transparency. So it's a fine balance between the secrecy and the transparency of the SSA data that is collected. But if we understand that civil SSA is a subset of military SSA or the SDA, then this decision becomes easier. So a number of countries, we see all the Western countries are the military-led, some are the civil-led also. I'll quickly go to what is the desired architecture. Well, all sensors needs to be providing the information into a central data repository, which is called the Space Object Information Center. And from there, data can go to either the armed forces or the ISRO, both of which are users of SSA data, or going to be users of SSA data. And the space traffic management is a different aspect which needs to be dealt the same way we are dealing with space traffic services. So data is used as required. So what is the way ahead for India? SSA has to be seen as a national security perspective because it is directly related to the access to our space assets. We need to build more capabilities by not only having more sensors, but also integrating all the sensors that are already available. For space traffic management, there is a thought process of having regional hubs for providing the data for SSA. So this regional hub is what is going to contribute to the overall picture. And in this part of the globe, India could become one of the major players for SSA by having a regional hub. Automation is inevitable because of the large traffic that is there in space. And therefore, there's a lot of things are happening manually. There's a human in the loop everywhere. So automation has to happen. There's a lot of scope for AI in this region. We need to have agreements with more and more nations. We do have a SSA sharing agreement with the United States, but we need to get into agreements with other countries also for providing the SSA. Routine monitoring of the space environment is something like air defense, and it is a military function. For the Air Force, there needs to be full visibility, at least in the near space region, that is up to 100 kilometers, because this region is actually the upper atmosphere, which comes in the definition of airspace. And last but not the least, we need to promote our industry, because the commercial operators are developing capabilities which would be in future far better than what the other state agencies would provide. Quickly look at what are the recent developments in India. ISRO has declared their intent for having a debris-free space mission by 2030, and this will largely be done by ensuring post-mission disposal of all satellites. And InSpace has released the draft SSA guidelines for consultation. This consultation process is over, and they will soon release these guidelines. And these guidelines basically ensure that every space operator adheres to certain SSA requirements by disclosing all his orbital parameters and giving a plan of how he's going to avoid debris and so on. With that, I conclude. Thank you.
I'll quickly take a moment to just thank my fellow panelists for their deep insights and some very rather well-researched ideas that they put forth here. As Brigadier Narang had covered, edge computing will change the way space can be used in the future, and I'm certain it's only a matter of time before it starts to show. As Group Captain Agashay covered, that was a very interesting combination or extension of Clausewitz to the space domain, and I'm sure it'll have many people thinking about how that can be taken further. And the requirement of SSA evolving into SDA, information sharing and the like, as covered by Group Captain Anand Rao, is something, of course, that remains as important in days to come. Without taking much time, may I let the floor be open for questions? Yes, please, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marshall. And I want to thank Kevin and also. Now, what Brigadier Narang painted is. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity. What Brigadier Narang has painted is quite an alarming picture, not necessarily that, but it is alarming, and I am very keen to know what exactly should be done about this, because this is a situation that cannot be resolved overnight. You did point out that in recent years we've not been sending up enough satellites. So is it time then to wind up all bilateral cooperation with Global South and Africa and all that to concentrate our energies fully only on our, satellite program in LEO, especially for defense and security purposes, and to scale back anything else that we are doing, Mars, Moon, etc. And of course, the private sector is making a few satellites now. There's nascent growth. Maybe that should be a bigger spurt and then a torrent. Is it something that's possible? Then the other part is, can this problem be solved by sending up HAPS? What kind of trade-off is there between LEO satellites and HAPS? Is HAPS the way to go? Can we do it? So this is the broader question. And to Group Captain Anand Rao, you didn't mention the cooperative structure that exists with Japan, the Asia Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum, which is to us the more kosher, more acceptable one as compared to the APSCO, which is China led. Is there scope to do something there? Thank you.
Okay, so let me admit to you, and I've taken PMR to be bluntly honest, so I'll put it straight up there, sir. First is, we are absolutely in an alarming state and we must accept it. I'll start with NAVIC, that's navigation. 3 satellites now, one is another in share of life, and if you're not going to be moving things up in this, there's something wrong, and we must take requisite actions. Communication. How can we give our data on platter to Elon Musk? I mean, how can we do it? And it is at the cost of being primitive. we have to have our own data sovereignty, and data sovereignty requires space sovereignty. The next aspect is, you are going to war. I mean, Sindhu 2.0, are we going to depend on foreign satellites to provide us data? And this gap in satellites has ensured when the chair talked about edge computing. Edge computing requires your satellites also to be updated to facilitate that edge computing. Moment your satellites are behind and they are not capable of facilitating that edge computing, there are concerns. So there are a whole set of issues which need to be done. It requires a much, and DGDSA is here behind, sir. So I'll not speak much more than that, but there are very critical issues which need to be done. And the first point is we have to start with domain super specialization. Space is not about one tenure base. You need a space structure which you join as a youngster and get out of it. Then only you will be extremely serious about it, sir. And HAPS versus satellites, HAPS is there, sir, but it can still be shot down. Satellites to be shot down is a different legal domain. Understand that difference.
May I just add three small issues to that. Firstly, sir, the fact that 95% of capability, as was covered by Parijat also, there is very little distinction between civilian and military use of satellite capability. But importantly, in India, we've not really given it adequate thought, especially in the recent years, because we seem to have more gone for the classy appearances rather than practical capability. And even in the past, because of inadequate collusion between ISRO and the military, the capability that we've developed also has not been, firstly, definitely been inadequate and not been strictly of direct operational utilization by the military. Now that gap needs to also be closed. So like you mentioned in passing, we need to hive away from what appearances are to doing more credible, practical, usable stuff for what we need for national security, definitely. This is, of course, rocket science, which means then that to rely on or to leave the space or to leave the opportunity for civilian startup kind of infusion into this and then hope to achieve some significant capability in quick time, I think is a far distance off. We need to give it direct legislative push that Space Commission requires to come up and in quick time.
About
Just leave it. Okay.
about Japan and the Asia Pacific Regional Forum, India has recently stepped up its cooperation with Japan, specifically on the space issues. There have been diplomatic exchanges, and now the talks are between the space agencies, JAXA and ISRO. So, one of the key issues that has been settled is the one regarding the LUPEX, which is going to be the Chandrayaan 5 mission, which India and Japan are going to do it jointly. And SSA, there are talks going on, and I'm sure there'll be something coming up on cooperation on the SSA part also.
You had a question.
Okay, thank you, sir. Brigadier Narang, you've been studying China, so I'd like to understand what kind of space awareness capability development structures in CMC and PLA vis-a-vis India, and if you can identify specific gaps. And Rupi Agase, you spoke about critical collaboration with quad partners. Do we have any roadmap for specific technologies we want to collaborate, or only we want space awareness? Second, what are the critical gaps in our startup development capabilities? Because we found this, we had a bad experience in drones. So maybe even Anand and others can do it. And same to Gurpreet Anand. What are our capability gaps in SSA awareness in terms of sensors, launch, and other capabilities? Thank you.
Pardon me for taking stage first, but the three questions that you've asked actually would cover more than an entire session. May I request them to be slightly brief on the subject, because the answers to that are in big tomes rather than in short sentences.
To put it straight, China in 2000 2015, when the reform started, 2016, they established Strategic Support Force, which had a space support department. Now that SSD got upgraded to a aerospace force in April 2024. So right from launch, tracking, SSA, everything, they have a military organizational handling it. The first part. It is a separate arm. They have 4 services: Army, Navy, Air Force, and Rocket Force, and 4 arms: aerospace, cyberspace. So an officer gets commissioned, there is absolute domain specialization which he does, which is not in our case. The next point, the civilian startups. Civilian startups today are doing well, unlike drones. And I personally interacted with both. They're doing a very good job in space, and they're not faking it in India. Drones are faking in India. This is not the case in here. But we are not able to merge what Sir said. We are not able to merge the military industry and that together. So they are getting frustrated and moving outside to America and producing those good things. You have Pixel, which got the bronze medal. And yesterday, it has signed a deal for intelligence with Saudi Arabia. You have a fantastic maritime domain model being sold to Philippines. So there are concerns there.
In quick time, my understanding of collaboration at Cord is currently only at product collaboration level. We need to take it forward to technology collaboration level, and that is where this kind of cooperation will mature. My feeling is that perhaps a multilateral agreement or a multilateral collaboration is may not has too many stakeholders, and therefore cannot give us the kind of results we are looking for. A bilateral engagement like what Group Captain Rao alluded to some time ago between JAXA and ISRO is perhaps the right way forward.
I'll address the point pertaining to the challenges for startups, uh, especially in the SSA domain. The capital input costs are very high to establish that kind of a system. And for startups, while there may be a business case, where is the demand? Is the demand domestically there, or it is there internationally? And who are the customers? No business can survive only on government orders. They need to diversify. And therefore, once the SSA is recognized as an important activity, you will find the startups also growing.
Yeah, thank you. I think this has been an absolutely fascinating session. One quick question. I mean, given the way conflicts are going on today, I think the need for aerospace, air and space, when I talk about aerospace domain awareness, and you mentioned the necessity of a situational awareness, at least up to the common line, but there are challenges there. So my question is, if aerospace domain awareness is a criticality and is probably a stepping stone for a further step, that is aerospace defense, and offense comes later. Where are we on this actually? Because there are some talks today, there's an acceptance, most certainly there's a need to extend our domain awareness to that much, which wasn't there earlier. So that's a step forward. But where are we on it? And what are the actual structural challenges? And with Brigadier Narang, if you could probably just chip in on the technological aspects of it. How do we get there? What are the critical areas we in India? Because that is an area we need to give enormous focus on. I think aerospace domain awareness.
I think this point has been well understood, at least in the military circles, that there is a need to have this aerospace domain awareness, which overlaps with the space domain awareness in the lower parts of the orbital region and the atmosphere. And we also need to realize that actually today we are dealing with a few launches, maybe one happening anywhere on the globe, but in future there will be simultaneous launches happening from different parts of the globe. Have we catered for that kind of traffic? There will be interference with the air traffic also, which is there. So this kind of coordination is a must. So it's not only the Air Force that needs to be having this awareness, it's also the air traffic services that need to be having this awareness. And therefore, space traffic management becomes a much larger issue than just the air defense or space defense part of it, because that is something which is going to be affecting us on a daily basis. That said, I think the question you're asking me is, where are we now? I won't be able to give you a correct answer on that, but definitely, I think there is some kind of an organizational overlap here. Who is going to take responsibility for this particular activity?
I'll just add a little bit of perspective to what he covered. One major problem about SSA is that SSA, although orbital paths are largely predictable, fact remains SSA is a challenge of geometry and so geography, which means then no, I'll take SSA and then get it both ways. Aerospace at least results in a little more geographical limitation in terms of what you would like to look at. SSA requires you to be able to predict paths and so subsequent positions across the globe, which means then cooperation becomes essential if you are to look at any robust SSA capability, because otherwise you would be too little, too late to want to do anything about it.
Okay, sir, as you said, now the Chinese Shijian series satellites have been coming as close as possible to our INS-1E. And these are frequent. Every month such maneuvers are happening. So it's a live situation which has to be done. And as sir rightly said, between SSA and aerospace defense, let's take it, you are saying aerospace defense, so this has to be form part of mission Sudarshan Chakra. And as you rightly said, it has to be from awareness, then defense, and then offense. So those steps need to be taken. But have we got the requisite amount of sensors? Have we got the doctrine in place? Those are the exact issues. We have to overcome a lot of issues and then come on to doctrinal aspects, stitching that structure together, sir.
May I? And considering the time, may I request that this could possibly be a last question, sir, unless you permit us to go past. Please, sir.
Okay, so I have I mean, we've seen what the picture is. So my question is the government, serious about reversing some of the situations? What exactly are the steps being taken? And institutional problems seem to be also emerging. I mean, ISRO has earned a lot of plaudits in the past, but it's also had a very bad track record when it came to strategic issues. So whether it was in the past, the Nami Narayan case, then the Devas case, and now this so-called sabotage that is being this thing. So is institutional credibility coming in the way of action as far as we are concerned, and how do we sort out these structures so that at least the military portion gets taken care of? That's one. The second question I have is, now with the battlefield transparency that we are looking at and the kind of this thing, so are there any policy inputs to the government to how to defend ourselves? Maybe more underground structures, or better meta materials to hide some of our critical assets and things like that. So it's not just having in space, but knowing that the enemy has this capability. How do we defend our own assets, and how do we best deal with it? So these two aspects, if somebody could throw light on.
At the risk of falling foul of the official secret side, there are a few things that I can possibly add to what you queried. And whether there is awareness, yes, there is. Whether it is adequate, definitely it is not. Whether there have been attempts or there have been initiatives to convey some of this to the government and so result in some kind of policy variations, definitely. But considering that space is just one domain out of so many that is taking concurrent focus at various levels, let me be blunt to accept that yes, I would love that it had much more focus than it is being given. And but then, like every share of, like every division of every pie, the amount of division that is coming this way is definitely felt to be inadequate. How it will translate into practical ability on ground and practical results on ground in the event of conflict or in the event of a challenge remains to be seen. Can we do better in terms of terms of drawing more focus and attention towards it? Definitely. But then hopefully that is what gatherings like these we hope will provide that kind of impetus. And whether it is the think tanks, whether it is policy groups, whether it is track 2, there is, in my opinion, increasing both awareness and attempt to draw attention to this particular domain. Whether it is translating into actual action on ground, I'm sorry to say it is, I would believe, not at the pace at which it is required. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't like to place one of these people into a challenge by having them say something, even more, let's say, dangerous. So I'll leave it at that.
Just add the issue of understand detection equals
You're not on.
destruction.
You're not
We have to understand.
Just leave it pressed now. Just press it once now.
So we have to understand detection equals destruction. And that's the paradigm we are in. And hence, the poor man's option is survivability, what you said. And which means whatever Gati Shakti we are doing, I mean, all those frontier highways and everything, that has to simultaneously ensure survivability. You have fantastic underground railway stations coming out of railways which are being built in those areas. You're having fantastic roads which are coming up. Simply ensure that your data centers, your critical assets are in those tunnels and those edicts which matter.
May I request that we take this to a last question? We could have some more conversations as we head out. There was somebody with a question here, if you don't mind. So we'd actually be challenging time and you'd be drinking into tea.
It's just a comment from 3 hours of resources, responsibility, and reward. One has to move to the next alphabet of security, national security. So therefore, if SSA is going to be a particular domain of a particular organization, the other guys have to realize how it's going to impact air package when it is going, and if a satellite of adversary comes close to your satellite and is trying to do, or in a particular managed space package is behaving, you need to factor into your air. Similarly, as Narang said, in how the air package, I mean space package was used to monitor a particular area, and thereafter an activity followed, be it in Galwan or across the border. So the CICT and the armed forces, the land forces, the maritime, they have to accordingly cater and start moving, thinking and catering in there. IACCS will have to be smarter by having that, and IMSAs or the SAMA, or they have to start factoring and having that overall, that tactics and strategy changing accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv. I can't agree with you more, but then it remains a matter of both time and effort in this domain. We have time for possibly a last question, if you would, and if you could keep it short. Go ahead, please. Yes, please go ahead.
Question is for Brigadier Ansuman Narang to answer. And the question is related to China's satellite internet program. So what is the technological bottleneck the Chinese are facing in developing this satellite internet program, which is SatNet, and in developing their mass constellation Kuowang? So how the gap there is between this Chinese program and the SpaceX Starlink program?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, there are multiple challenges. First was the launch cadence. That is, have the launch centers to be able to launch that many satellites. They are gradually overcoming that. Okay. Second is to have that many satellites to launch, that communication satellites. So they tested it. They tested it in 2023-24. And after the test, Guowang started taking place. Tianfian failed. So right now they're having 5 constellations which are moving in this direction, not one. They're having 5. So the number of satellites. The third is the engine, the reusability, because they don't have technically the large tonnage which is required what SpaceX has, and the reusability. So the cost factor is implementing. Then the rocket fuel, the satellite payload, everything. So there are multitude of challenges, but finally Gowong is taking off, and every month now you are hearing about 10 of them being launched. They're about 150 plus. To reach that 10,000 aim is a long cry. But 2026, maybe by end of this year, if the reusability, they're having about 7 rockets lined up, if they succeed, and only if they succeed, will they resolve that problem.
I'm sorry, I do find that we've already overshot time. Thank you so very much for that very patient listening. And I hope we've managed to at least tickle your imagination, if not create some kind of alarm. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Chair and speakers, for an enlightening discussion. I request all the panelists to remain on the stage for the photograph. Sir, in the front, please. I also request you all to join us for tea. We will reconvene at 11:30 hours for the 6th session. Thank you.
Thanks.
हाँ वो सब होता है सर।
वो तो मैंने कर दिया वीडियो को एक सेपरेट दे दो ना, बीच में से चले होगे फिर आप क्या शेयरिंग में जा सकते हैं। हाँ वो उसका जानते हो वो मैंने
Check 1, 2, 3. Pratibha, can you hear me? Because slight change or change I'll get used to. ये pointer था वहाँ.
स्लाइड्स अंदर भी हो दोनों में। आदित्य आदित्य मैडम की स्लाइड लगा दो, प्रैक्टिस करेंगे सर।
वन स्लाइड चेंजर एक बार देख लो।
स्लाइड नंबर नहीं चल रहा है।
उल्टा पकड़ लो। नहीं उल्टे से मतलब नहीं सर, यहाँ पे क्लिक करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि इसको स्क्रीन पे डालने वाला कर्सर हल्का भी हिला दिया
है ना? हाँ इसको यहीं रहने दीजिए।
आप अपडेट भी कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते, फिर उसमें यहाँ से भी नहीं कंट्रोल होता। हटा दूं कर दिया वो वीडियो और पीपीटी सेम ही है, बस उन्होंने अपना फेस ऐड कर दिया उस वीडियो में। जैसे लास्ट टाइम सेशन में हुआ वैसे ही है नहीं। तुमको फोन कर दे, एडीजी ने फोन किया है। ठीक है,
जब उसको स्लाइड करके ना ये क्या तो यही करना है तो मैं यही से ना करवा दूं सही बात है मुझे जाके हाँ तो कहते आपको ज्यादा चाहिए था 2-3 बार बोला कहां से नहीं मतलब यहाँ पे करवा दूं नहीं नहीं वो सर क्या है उसका कनेक्टर ना वो वाला है एक्सला डायरेक्ट लगा हुआ तो वो ये लोग आपसे सोचते हैं तो ऊपर कोई नीचे तो वो कनेक्टर आ जाता है बाहर फिर वो फुट की आवाज करता है वही टाइप करने के आता है दबा रहा ना फिर उसके बाद उसको लाइट से देखो कनेक्ट करना कुछ नहीं देखना तो सही क्या इसके बाद जिसको वर्ड बोलिए उसके बाद क्या और कैसे क्या कंट्रोल आप With respect to technology, my question is, what do you think?
On है ना? Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to settle down, please? We will now begin with the second session of the day. The theme for this session is Air Power Strategy and Doctrinal Transformation. I request the panelists of the session to kindly join us on the stage, please. Air Marshal S.S. Soman, PVSM, AVSM, VM. Air Marshal Rajesh Kumar, PVSM, AVSM, VM. Group Captain Sukhbir Kaur Minhas, Research Fellow, MP-IDSA. And Air Vice Marshal Anupam Agarwal, VSM. Should I announce this? Air Vice Marshal Anupam Agarwal will be a little late. He'll join us in some time. Air Marshal S.S. Soman, PVSM, AVSM, VM, retired as Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Air Command, Indian Air Force in 2015. He was commissioned in the Flying Branch of the Indian Air Force in December 1976 and has more than 3,400 hours of flying on fighter aircraft. Air Marshal Soman has held many appointments, which include Commanding Officer of a Fighter Squadron, Chief Flying Instructor at Flying Instructor School, Chief Operations Officer at Srinagar during Operation Parrikar, and Air Officer Commanding Premier, Indian Air Force Base. He has served as Assistant Defense Advisor at the High Commission of India, Dhaka. He is an alumnus of Defense Services Staff College and has graduated from Air War College, USA. And Air Marshal is a recipient of Param Vishis Seva Medal, Ati Vishis Seva Medal, and Vayu Sena Medal. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I request you to kindly take over the proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, on behalf of my panel members, let me thank Ambassador Chinoy and AVM Golani for having invited us for this seminar. And at the same time, I would also like to compliment you for organizing a very well-structured seminar. Very engaging themes over 5 sessions. And we are now at the concluding session, where we have 3 very diverse but interrelated themes, and which are equally going to be very interesting. So, as AirPower evolves, advances in technology and the expanding range of threats are shaping its employment and effectiveness. Integration of AI into networked multi-domain operations is driving the need for AirPower strategy and doctrinal transformation to ensure that AirPower remains potent and decisive. Gray zone conflicts, nuclear crisis, as well as the need for politically calibrated responses equally underscores the need for AirPower to be precise and adaptive, which in turn would require flexible doctrines and innovative strategies. The topic for this session today is AirPower strategy and doctrinal transformation. And this refers not just to a physical redesign of your strategy and doctrine, but also includes the evolving, adaptive, innovative, systematic changes that have taken place and which need to be institutionalized. As regards doctrine and strategy, while both are distinct, both are interrelated and mutually reinforcing. So there is a need for both doctrine and strategy to adapt in an iterative manner so that they are able to address the challenges and complexities involved in the employment of air power. Now, as regards doctrine and strategy, they don't really exist in isolation. Both are guided by policy on one side, and on the other side, they manifest in terms of operational designs and operational execution. So doctrine and strategy they're actually non-linear, and one can precede the other. Under normal conditions, you have doctrine which would precede strategy. In this case, you have, in which case the policy is fairly stable. So you have a policy, you have a strategy which is already in place. And then when you feel that there are certain inputs that you get from the field, where certain changes are required, those demand a kind of a strategy reset, which flows into doctrinal refinement. On the other side, you have a case where the strategy can precede doctrine. Now, this will normally take place when you have significant changes that are taking place in terms of change of threat perception or change in terms of geopolitical alliances, or more importantly, in terms of the disruptive changes that are brought in by technology. In which case, there will be a policy review first, followed by a kind of a strategic or a strategy kind of a overhaul, which will lead to a doctrinal shift, which probably we are going to talk about today, and thereafter leading into operational redesign. Now, this session today is organized around three specific sub-themes, and each representing unique challenges and complexities in the employment of air power. The speakers would highlight these challenges and suggest measures that are required to address them. Now, the first theme for today is the emerging doctrinal shifts in the employment of air power against nuclear powers. Now, one of the most complex dilemmas in contemporary air power strategy is the employment of air power under a nuclear overhang. Now, while nuclear weapons impose caution and raise escalation risk, they do not actually eliminate conventional conflict. In fact, they're just reshaping its character. So air power, with its unique attributes, offers states a means to impose costs, to signal resolve, and achieve the desired objectives while managing escalation. However, its employment needs to be carefully calibrated to avoid that you're not crossing the nuclear thresholds of your adversaries, nor are you getting sort of triggering a kind of an unintended kind of a escalation. Now, to discuss this subject, we have Air Marshal Rajesh, who was commissioned in 1982. Whilst in service, he's been a CAT-A flying instructor and an Air Force examiner. He has done his air staff course from USA and is a graduate of College of Defense Management, Hyderabad. He's held some important staff and command assignments. He was a team leader of the Air Force project management team for AWACS in Israel. He has also been the director of the Air Force project monitoring team working on the LCA. He has the unique distinction of commanding an operational IF's operational command as well as a tri-services command. He retired from the service in 2021. So over to you, Rajesh, for your comments.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, IDSA and CAPSS for giving me this opportunity to express my views. We find that geopolitics is in a state of flux, and during these conflicts, air power has become a tool that nations used when the situation demands. And we discovered yesterday that the salience of air power, or it was discussed yesterday that the salience of air power is now slowly being realized across many levels of governance in India as well. So if we look at some of the recent conflicts that have been in stage, in progress in some cases and dormant in some cases. So if you look at Russia, Ukraine, Russia is a nuclear power. Israel, Gaza. Israel is undeclared nuclear power. Then you have the US and Israel combination versus Iran. So there's nuclear powers on one side again, and an aspiring nuclear power on the other side. And in India, Pakistan, Op Sindoor, where both are nuclear powers. So in all cases, air power has been used differently, used to a telling effect. And nobody has ever questioned that since one of the states is a nuclear power, how can you do an airstrike against it? Except the only exception in this whole game is Pakistan, who keeps questioning at every international forum that how can you strike a nuclear power without warning and without giving any evidence onto their territory. So if you see the dynamics that are emerging, they are a little varied, they're situation specific, and many of the doctrinal shifts that I'm going to talk about may or may not apply in all cases, but they generally apply across the board. So the first thing that we need to understand is that nuclear weapons are weapons of deterrence and not necessarily weapons of war fighting, despite many countries having a strategy or a posture that defines their nuclear weapons as weapons of war fighting. For example, in case of Pakistan, in terms of their full spectrum deterrence, they want to use nuclear weapons early, but we found that during Op Sindoor, there was no talk of using nuclear weapons. In fact, on the 10th morning, when the defense minister of Pakistan was asked in an interview as to whether this is post the strikes, the BrahMos strikes on the 11 bases, that whether a stage had come for the use of nuclear weapons by Pakistan, and his reply was very emphatic. He said, no, that stage has not come, and it is too early to even start thinking about nuclear weapons. So whether you are a nuclear state or not, if you are a nuclear state and if you have an airstrike against you, you have to really ask yourself this question, whether the existence of your state is at risk or not. And if it is at risk, then obviously you will make moves towards using nuclear weapons, but you will not use nuclear weapons at the first instance. So there is space under the nuclear umbrella to do conventional operations. And for doing conventional operations, it's essential to know what are the red lines that nuclear states have. And as long as you operate under the red lines, you will find that you will create space, and every situation will not be the same. The next strike, if in an Indo-Pak scenario, is not going to be like Op Sindoor. It'll be Op Sindoor 2.0, but it'll be something different. It'll not be the same. So But whether it will require use of air power, land power, maritime power will remain at that point the decision of the government. But in terms of air power, if air power was to be used next time, it would be something different from what we've done. It may call for strikes, but may call for different types of targets, different approach, maybe SEAD first, and then strike on terrorist targets. So creating space under the nuclear umbrella is what the doctrine will emphasize. And a very strange phenomena here is, especially in the Indo-Pak scenario, is that when we talk about airstrikes, there is of course a risk of escalation, but they are not considered as escalatory as maybe a land force incursion. So nuclear powers, for them, air power in conventional ops, when you start using air power, you've seen to go to the next level of escalation. Whereas when you do an airstrike first, as a use of air power against a nuclear power state, it's not considered that escalatory. So limited, precise airstrikes can be conducted under the nuclear shadow, and the strikes are needed to be calibrated to manage escalation rather than avoid the conflict altogether. So if there is a reason, there is an intent, there is a need for military action, instead of avoiding conflict, create the space under the nuclear shadow to launch some conventional operations. So this is the doctrinal shift. So the doctrine should now kind of bring out that airstrikes risk in nuclear states can operate in a calibrated manner, in calibrated escalation bands. Now, coming back to territorial loss, if you see, it's not just India-Pakistan scenario, wherein Pakistan says categorically that if there are incursions by Indian armored forces, that they will use tactical nuclear weapons on these forces early. First, it was if they cross a particular threshold. So that issue was also seen in the Russia-Ukraine war. So as long as Russia was in the Ukrainian territory, there were no issue even with airstrikes. There were a lot of airstrikes, drone strikes over Belgorod. There were strikes over many parts of Kursk. But when the Kursk incursion took place, at that time, Russia started making some nuclear noises. So I think it's very important to understand that in case of nuclear states, one of the red lines is significant loss of territory, and that must be kept in mind. And their language completely changed. Another factor that probably prompted the Russian response in the Kursk equation was also the fact that their nuclear power plant was very close by to the incursion. And they didn't want a Zaporizhia kind of a situation once again. So that also caused a little bit of anxiety in the minds of the Russians, and that is why they were very categorical about their red lines in those areas. Another thing about red lines, when we talk about doctrinally how to define red lines in a nuclear power scenario, if you are very explicit about your red lines, you will find your red lines getting tested. This was seen in the NATO versus Russia situation, wherein every time Russians said that this is our red line, it got tested. So, for example, the Kerch Bridge. So they threatened nuclear retaliation if Kerch Bridge was damaged, but then many attempts to damage the Kerch Bridge actually took place. So it's very important in terms of nuclear states to state that they have red lines, but they should not be very explicit about it. So once General Kidwai gave his 2002 interview about the 4 thresholds that he talked about, I think many in India have kind of internalized that, and we find that generally they'll be closer, at least the military and the land thresholds are close to what their purported red lines are. When they talk about full spectrum deterrence and wanting to use nuclear weapons early, even in shallow thrusts, which came up much later in the 2022, the fact is that in their mind also, the red line remains at those 4 thresholds. And that is why in Op Sindoor, we had this sequence of events wherein India struck, then there was an air battle, then Pakistan attempted to strike back, because Pakistan has this policy of QPQ plus. That means whatever you do, they want to do plus that. And so they tried their best to do QPQ plus, but they didn't succeed. And then there was India's final riposte. So we find that doctrinally, 2-3 lessons emerge from the way Op Sindoor unfolded. One was that in certain cases, land invasion can be much more escalatory than airstrikes. And airstrikes can be crisis management instruments. And that, of course, there is space under the nuclear umbrella for conventional operations. Interesting here also to note that when Pakistan knew that these strikes were coming, if you recollect, on the 22nd of from the 22nd of April till 7th of May, there were several statements made by Pakistani ministers that a strike is imminent. Somebody said it's going to happen in the next 36 hours. Somebody said we are ready for any response. There was also a exercise carried out in Pakistan in which one of the missiles of the Fateh 4 was fired, and it was witnessed by the commander of the strategic land forces. So many such indications were given that, you know, if there is a land incursion or something like that, that there could be escalation. But airstrikes also they were very prepared for. But despite knowing that there is an airstrike coming, they would be ready for the airstrike. They had full mobilization, but they never made any move to move their land forces. So that's something that we also have to see. In terms of using airstrikes as crisis management instruments, Ukraine has used them to great effect. And this is where we see that the conventional space for using them as a crisis management tool or a signaling tool, there is a fair amount of space. There was Operation Spiderweb, which was carried out, but the Russians never retaliated in nuclear terms. There was also their Engels base, where which was attacked, where their strategic bombers were parked, which at that time they were required to park in the open because of the START treaty, the New START treaty. So therefore, despite all these provocations, despite all their refineries getting hit, they're actually having some fuel crisis in the country. They still have not used nuclear weapons. So there is, against nuclear powers, fair amount of space that is available for conventional conflict. So what are the instruments of air power that could be used doctrinally to create this space? Fighter aircraft, of course. Bombers are now being used in the Iran conflict after having gotten complete air superiority. Drones, to a large extent. We've talked about drones extensively yesterday. And drones are a great equalizer in terms of air power for a weaker state to manage to use the medium of air to convey any messages to even a stronger power, and of course missiles. So when it comes to operating fighter and bomber aircraft, some amount of air superiority is required. Some freedom is required for them to be able to operate. Full air superiority in contested airspace is unrealistic, as was pointed out yesterday. So you will have to conduct operations in areas where you can gain some measure of control and dominate a particular area for a particular span of time. And so the doctrinal shift from air superiority would be to what I would call as episodic air superiority. So for that particular episode, for that particular time, you get that particular space for yourself to conduct this operation. And finally, the other doctrinal shift is that there'll be more emphasis on standoff weapons and standoff strikes in order to be able to manage the contested airspace. Then finally, multi-domain operations and deterrence is also an emerging doctrinal aspect that is emerging. When integrated with cyber, space, electronic warfare, and information operations, you can now plan to win an information war that enables you to achieve your objectives faster, as well as manage escalation with the intelligent use of all the domains of cyber, space, air, as well as information. So the key issue here is managing the escalation. And how do you manage escalation? So like I said, red lines have to be respected. Avoid strikes close to nuclear installations that have strategic effect for the enemy. So don't corner him into a use it or lose it scenario. In today's day, you don't need nuclear weapons for counter force operations. You can use conventional weapons. They are now accurate enough to do counter force operations. But if you unintentionally or intentionally hit close to some of the counter force targets, it could then make the escalation go out of control. So to manage escalation, avoid use it or lose it scenario and maintain some off ramps. There are complications and risks. Dual use missiles their movement can be misinterpreted and struck. Therefore, if you have to manage some of these dual use areas, it is better to probably target communications, ISR, or use electronic warfare if the space permits. Some tactical strikes. So air power can be used in tactical as well as strategic strikes, but inherently against nuclear powers, even tactical strikes will have strategic effects. So some of these strikes can also signal nuclear intentions when you hit a dual use facility like an NC3 and other command posts. So we find that in all these doctrinal areas, the shift is taking place very fast. For example, if directed energy weapons now start getting fielded against drones at a very, very fast pace, you may find that the doctrine will shift once again. And so India may have to have a very unique doctrine because it is sandwiched between two nuclear powers which are collusive to each other. And we spoke about collusivity yesterday. So if you find that some of the doctrinal aspects that I have listed out before, we may have to tweak that even more to cater for the collusivity effect. So coming back to risks, need to factor in enemy reaction and their strategy. Like I said, QPQ plus for Pakistan to control escalation, avoid nuclear sites that could be misinterpreted as counterforce strikes. Off ramps may not always be available, and dual use weapons can trigger some miscalculations. So therefore, It is important to keep these risks in mind when you are changing your doctrine to be able to create space for conventional operations under the nuclear umbrella. And finally, a small word about the limits of air power. The air power can, and we've seen, can bring the enemy to the negotiating table, but cannot replace the regime or things like that. So you found in Op Sindoor, the strikes brought the enemy to the negotiating table. We're finding in Iran, now Iran is on the negotiating table, but still the regime has not changed, despite all efforts to do so. So we must understand that there are some limits. So doctrinally, we must understand where the limits are so that we use air power in the correct manner. To conclude, use of air power has undergone a shift. Nuclear weapons no longer freeze a conventional war. Escalation can be calibrated. Air superiority could be episodic, and risks of dual entanglement are there. So the aim should be to manage and dominate escalation rather than to allow escalation to go unhinged. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Very insightful and analytical talk, and your various perspectives on the use of air power under a nuclear overhang. I think this particular Sindoor has demonstrated that what we actually did was really a copybook kind of a strike. Essentially, because we really stuck to a kind of a disciplined approach and a very coherent approach between what was the national intent reduced down to military action. And so we followed that line. So in case if, let's say, the policy was to punish terror and avoid escalation, the air strategy was towards limited but precise military response. Accordingly, the doctrine was for centralized control and effects-based operations, which was supposed to be precise. Coming down to concept of operations, it was basically an intelligence-led military operation. Coming down to tactics, as far as the strike packages, the electronic warfare support, and standoff engagements from a distance were all thought of. The techniques included the flight profiles, the ISR queuing, as well as the weapon pairing. And the procedures also included the checklists as well as the ROEs and the authorization protocol. Now, as regards, the Air Force doctrine, somewhat we were prepared for it because the 2012 doctrine had already included sub-conventional operations under a nuclear overhang. So the preparations were already on. I mean, the doctrine was evolving. And actually in 2022, we have the author of that doctrine here. It actually matured, where including multi-domain operations and fusion was included. So all these forces came into play, because of which the strikes were very successful. Okay, the second theme is doctrinal shifts in air defense. In context of the present, conflicts that have taken place. Now, air defense is at a very pivotal moment. Recent conflicts have highlighted that the rapidly expanding threat spectrum from UAVs to drones, to cruise missiles, to ballistic and hypersonic weapons, including fused multi-domain threats, these have just added up to our challenges. Now, these simultaneously, when they come up simultaneously, they pose a real serious challenge for traditional air defense systems, as they cannot actually provide an absolute protection. As a result, air defense doctrine has also been evolving to maintain its effectiveness and resilience. Now, to cover or share some insights on this, we have Group Captain Sukhbir Menas. She was commissioned in 1997. She's a Cat A fighter controller and has served as the Chief Admin Officer of a airbase in Eastern Air Command. She is serving presently as a research fellow at MP-IDSA since May 25. And her area of research includes air defense and air battle management doctrines. So over to you.
I have the microphone. Thanks. Ambassador Sujan Chinoy, Air Marshal Gulani, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good noon. Since this conference opened yesterday morning, we've clocked somewhere between 7 and 8 hours of substantive discourse on EPA, its philosophy, evolution, and its many dimensions. I intend to carry that conversation further by another 17 minutes. I begin by thanking both MP-IDSA and CAPSS for this opportunity. A particular word of appreciation to Air Marshal Soman, my session moderator, for valuable guidance in shaping the framework of this talk. It's been approximately 9 months since I joined IDSA. This gestation period, and I use this term deliberately, has given me a fresh vantage point on matters which I considered till now as strictly classified. Air defense, my bread and butter for much of my service, is prime amongst them. So what has changed? Inspired by the author whose book sits right in the front center of the slide and his reflection on flight, I now believe that air defense is a complex collection of perspectives. Some yours, some mine, we've heard them since yesterday, and so that we hold together. The year was 1998. I was a single striped pilot officer, a rank that no longer exists, stationed somewhere along the western borders of India. Air defense to me at that point in time meant intercepting blips on an orange screen from a perpetually cold and dark ops room. Blinking lights, radio static, sharp coded commands. Kill the hostiles, protect the friendlies. Offense and defense, a dual nature honed in all of us. We trained relentlessly in a 24/7 rhythm, waiting to engage that elusive F-16 escorted Mirage 5 strike that would dare to cross the IB from Pakistan. The pilots, most of them sitting here, reminded me that their share of the air defense extended well into the enemy airspace, escorting strike packages. The radar and the radio technicians reminded us daily as to how blind and deaf we would be without them. A few months later came the Kargil War. Overnight, as the balloon went up, we saw the balloon barrage units floating skywards with the combat vehicles of Pichoras, Osas, Iglas, man-packed soldiers. This was also the first time that I met the air defense soldiers in the olive greens. They claimed with some justification to be the final defenders of our airbase. Another set of olive greens helped us manage the air defense over the tactical battle area, and a civil defense center to which we passed mock air raid warnings. By then, I was a flying officer, so I reconciled myself to the truth, which I have never since doubted, that we all have something to do with air defense. This layered network setup was operating just before the net-centric warfare, and as was pointed out yesterday, IF's well-kept secret, the ICC, has transformed everything. I bid farewell to my trusted friend, the round orange screen for a LED computer display that compressed the entire country's airspace into a single lat long. In parallel, the long-range SAM operators arrived, claiming both space and respect. You see many of them sitting here with the same eagle that I wear, but there's a S below that now. And they had this terminology like the extended integrated air defense, offensive air defense, etc. Ballistic missile defense in my part of the world and in my country has remained a very well-kept secret. For today's discussion, let's just agree it's always been there at the peripheral edge, both literally and figuratively. Then came the 2018 drone attack on President Maduro. Not far away from us, and at least 2 decades earlier, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis had been collectively defining the trajectory of low-cost air warfare that we see today in West Asia. The 2019 September Aramco attacks brought this challenge to global attention and, of course, many sleepless nights for air defense planners even in India. In our own region, the February 2019 strikes, the Balakot strikes, gave preemption an entirely new definition. And with this came the challenge of executing large force engagement operations in deeply contested environments. Events compress the reaction cycle of planners. Threats outpace defensive counters every single day. If you ask me for a definition of doctrine, I would frankly need to refer to Google. But those years of cold, dark ops room shifts have shown me that some of us have been fortunate enough to have lived through several versions of air defense doctrine, written and unwritten alike. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past 4.5 minutes or so, I have presented an unclassified perspective of the threat matrix that I watched evolve from a very classified world. The challenges that manifested for air defense planners are summated in this slide. In the second section of this presentation, I examine how these core challenges manifested in practice and what they mean for air defense doctrine, beginning with Israel and Hamas. Iran tested Israel's air defenses in earnest on the 13th of April 2024, its first ever direct and massed attack from the Iranian soil. 331 ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and suicide drones, alongside approximately 100 rockets fired at Golan Heights. The assessed missile defense success rate stood somewhere between 80 to 86%. This outcome rested on two pillars. First, the scale that was being defended, 26,000 square kilometers. Please remember, this is roughly the size of the Indian state of Manipur. Secondly, and more importantly, Israel's systematic adaptation of its air power strategy across 2 decades of direct operational experience. And here again, I use this word deliberately, not its air defense strategy, its air power strategy. The first impetus for them was the 1991 Gulf War when Iraq launched 39 Scud ballistic missiles at them. This exposed a critical vulnerability and led directly to the development of the Arrow program. Hamas entered with their Qassam rockets around 2004, following Hezbollah, which had been launching rocket attacks since 2001. The 2006 Lebanon war was a decisive inflection point. Hezbollah had launched approximately 4,000 rockets in just over a month. Israel's response was the rapid development of Iron Dome, operationalized by 2011. By the late 2000s, however, heavier rockets and missiles, the Fajr 5 and the Zelzal class rockets, threatened central Israel. Too powerful for Iron Dome, too low flying for Arrow. This gap produced the David Sling, operational from 2017. Then came the cost asymmetry problem. Israel's response was the Iron Beam. From this evolution, a clear doctrinal principle emerges. Israel's defense architecture is the product of deliberate, decades-long development, not wartime improvisation. Critically, Israel has embedded offensive action as the first line of defense and not just a mere complement to it. To quote an example, besides the Operation Rising Lion and now the Operation Roaring Lion, on 25th of August last year, before Israel's active defenses intercepted a salvo of missiles from Hezbollah, their fighter jets had struck launcher clusters and command nodes across southern Lebanon, just before the salvo could be launched. Classic left of launch tactics. Underpinning this is a mature civil defense culture built over decades through the Home Front Command. Civilian protection in Israel is institutional, not improvised. Operationally, Israel has embraced what one could refer to as managed defense rather than absolute protection, a sentiment which was echoed throughout yesterday's proceedings. Air defense, hence, is not a standalone system. It's part of a broader ecosystem encompassing offense, intelligence, early warning, and national resilience. The Russia-Ukraine context contrasts with Israel-Hamas across 4 major dimensions. Russia launched a parallel land offensive. Ukraine has been actively aided in force generation and equipment by NATO and the West. The sheer scale is categorically different. Russia's 17 million square kilometers and Ukraine's 603,500 square kilometers of airspace. And the fourth, as pointed out by my friend from the Russian embassy yesterday, a serious lack of academic research, open source academic research on the conflict from a Russian perspective. Hence, I use a useful framework for mapping doctrinal shifts to examine the threat spectrum and trace how both the architectures adapted in response. At the low end, you can see swarms of drones dominating the tactical front line. The mid-tier, you have the subsonic to high subsonic cruise missiles. At the high end are the Russian Iskander ballistic missiles, the air-launched Kinzhal, etc. And the most dangerous evolution is the fused employment doctrine. For Ukraine, a central pressure has been the stark cost asymmetry. Analysts have analyzed that every $1 million Russia spends attacking Ukraine and its partners spend approximately $114 million defending and rebuilding. Ukraine's air defense today in 2026 is organized under the Ukrainian Air Force, including a formally established drone interceptor branch. The system operates along the homegrown air battle management network called the Delta, upscaled since 2022 into the broader NATO digital battle space. It combines passive acoustic detection, electronic warfare jamming, mobile fire groups, fighter intercepts, and a host of SAMs and mitigation measures such as hardened construction. As you can see, the passive air defense measures and resilience has made a comeback. Perhaps most remarkably, Government Resolution number 699 issued in June 2025 formally created volunteer air defense units, gamers, IT specialists, and community teams operating interceptor drones under military coordination. This conflict has stress tested the Russian IMD architecture, assessed to be the world's densest and most sophisticated. Analysts note, however, that this attrition has broadly been absorbed. Industrial centers remain protected. The capability has been maintained with newer variants still in production. The Russian ground-based air defense has adapted through software upgrades, improved electronic warfare resistance, evolving tactics, and accelerated production of cheaper interceptors optimized specifically for UAV engagement. Critically, the fighter and the ground-based air defense integration has measurably improved since early 2024, producing a more coherent response. In a discernible shift in strategy, from fewer than 300 Shaheds per month in late 2022, Russia has now escalated to approximately 5,300 drones, 74 cruise missiles, and 148 ballistic missiles in October 2025 alone. In August 2024, Russia formally established the Rubicon Center to codify drone warfare doctrine. The picture that emerges now is one of battlefield-driven pragmatism, which is in service of its consistent strategic national objectives. That is, to consolidate territorial gains in Ukraine, sustain attritional pressure to exhaust Western support, and deter NATO intervention. Air defense strategy in Russia, hence I analyze, has adapted to serve these goals along the layered denial logic, complementing a sustained offensive campaign. What now follows is a synthesis of key doctrinal shifts that this evidence base reveals and the strategic conclusions they demand. Air defense and IMD architectures are now what I call as tightly knit air battle management ecosystems. The conjoined twins of defense and offense, as Air Marshal Li Chao refers in his work, have now become a single person, if I may call it. From India's ISACS to Ukraine's Delta platform, the system has emerged as the new weapon. The platform is just the visible component. The second is of prioritized defense. The instinct of comprehensive airspace denial has given way to a managed defense model that explicitly accepts some leakage. From all three countries, Israel, Russia, and Ukraine, prioritization of protection of their VAs and their VPs is not a resource constraint. It is a doctrinal choice. Offense as the first defense and the principle of killing the archer rather than the arrow, striking launcher clusters, missile depots, and command nodes has moved from operational preference to doctrinal imperatives. All three nations have embraced this logic. Adversaries of Israel, Russia, and now Iran are anything but singular states. This offense dimension includes fused combinations in coordinated waves designed to simultaneously exhaust both air defenses and exploit seams between layers. Air battle management architectures need serious recalibration in this calculus, including considering interoperability of allied forces and platforms. The boundary between the military and civilian defense has dissolved. The Ukraine's volunteer drone interceptor units, the missile resistance construction, and Israel's home front command reflect this doctrinal recognition. The cost of air defense is what we've heard various speakers elaborate in detailed manner. Closely linked to this is the domestic production, which emerges as the only reliable guarantor of strategic depth in a prolonged air war campaign. Russia's strategic adaptation, Ukraine's wartime improvisation, and Israel's accelerated iron beam development All three indicate that the learning cycle is itself a weapon system. Beyond these 8 operational and technological shifts, there are 2 deeper strategic conclusions which demand explicit doctrinal articulation. And these 2 come from what I refer to as the gestation period at IDSA. It's a courtesy my interactions with all the scholars here. The first is that both Russia and Ukraine have imposed disproportionate costs on each other's vital assets, not through technological superiority or doctrinal adherence, but through strategic coherence. Israel's air defense successes are enabled not merely by Iron Dome, but by intelligence fusion, offensive timing, and decades of civilian preparedness. Platforms are required, doctrines are guidelines. It is strategy alone that determines whether either of them will provide genuine security. The second is that every air defense architecture must be explicitly contextualized, and this is even applicable for us. Israel's offensive defense doctrine is not universally replicable. It is specifically excellent for their situation, enabled by American backing, their proximate adversaries, and decades of sustained investment in both offensive and defensive capabilities. The Russia Ukraine conflict reflects a battle between resilience and resolve, and foreign policy postures adopted long before February 2022. For any nation, the ultimate measure of air power, and by extension, air defense, is not interception, sophistication, or radar density. It is the degree to which this architecture reflects a clear eyed, foreign policy grounded understanding of what is being defended, against whom, under what conditions, and for how long. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey from a cold, dark ops room watching orange blips in 1998 to AI-assisted volunteer drone interceptor teams operating under a legal mandate in 2025. The story is not fundamentally about technology transforming air defense. To me, it's a story about strategy, struggling, sometimes successfully and sometimes not, to keep pace with a threat environment that respects neither institutional boundaries nor doctrinal comfort zones. The nations that endure under sustained air attacks will not be those with the most sophisticated interceptors. They will be those that think most clearly about operational synergy, adaptive learning, and above all, the strategic logic that binds their military architecture and posture to their national purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Sukhbir, for your very comprehensive and analytical talk. You've effectively highlighted the evolving threats, the operational challenges, the doctrinal shifts that are required, and the necessity for adaptive AD architectures. I totally endorse your view when you say that AD today is not impermeable. Leakages have to be accepted. And a case in point, very recently, despite the best of the AD systems, examples are Dimona and Arad in the latest conflict. So essentially, what it comes down to is modern air defense is no longer about denial of airspace alone, but it is about managing risks across a continuous spectrum of aerial threats under severe time, cost, and decision constraints and technological limitations. We come to the next theme of this session, which is human and algorithm synchronization in the future. Now, as warfare becomes faster and more data-driven, the main challenge in human algorithm synchronization is in aligning human judgment with algorithmic speed and scale. So future battlefields will require quick data processing, predictive analytics, and AI-assisted decision-making, while maintaining strategic judgment with ethical oversight. Now, to discuss this subject, we have Air Vice Marshal Anupam Agarwal, who will elaborate on these issues. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the only doctor perhaps in this entire gathering, of strategically, what do you call it, inclined people, I'm rather scared and my legs are shaking and my teeth are chattering. But I'll try to do whatever little I know, I would try to get across to you. I'm very fortunate to have Air Marshal Rajesh Kumar speak before me, and I'll tell you why. And I'm also very thankful to Group Captain Manohar, who has covered a lot of things which lay the foundation for what I'm going to speak on. So as speaking about Air Marshal Rajesh Kumar, I started looking at the human factor aspects of automation about 6 or 7 years ago, triggered by a thought which had been planted in my brain by my then SASO, sitting in the command ops room of Eastern Air Command at some 2 o'clock in the morning with the Doklam threat on, and a newly minted IACCS giving a picture in front of us, and he said, "Anupam, look at this. This is going to transform warfare someday." And as I looked at it, I started thinking at how a human being will adapt to these changes. And that is what I'm going to talk to you about. Before I proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that I've used generative AI to make my slides, but the thoughts are my own. Okay. So when we started, these were the kind of things that we were looking at. What is it that algorithms do better? What is it that computers do better? What is it that human beings do better? And the things which computers do better, you use computers for them. The things which humans do better, you use humans for them. And herein we brought in a lot of things like collating multi-sensor data, etc. We've spoken enough about the IACCS. We also started looking at slightly different things as far as the human being is concerned. What is it that a human being can do which a computer cannot do? And that is to do with ethics, that has got to do with geopolitics, that has got to do with thoughts, that has got to do with the understanding of a statement by President Trump saying that he has spoken to PM Modi. What does it mean to the algorithm? And there the algorithms don't do too well. But as I started studying this further, I realized that algorithms have also changed the way in which we fight, and that has got profound human factors issues, and that is what I will talk about. So we understood the big thing there, that they will remain as enhancers and they will not replace human beings. But what we have seen, and what we have seen as late as in the Israel-Hamas conflict in Gaza, what we've seen even in Iran, is that many a times when an AI suggests a target, a human being tends to rubber stamp it. And the human being is gradually shifting from being the commander of the battle to, pardon my bluntness, but a form filler or a rubber stamp. It is very difficult to avoid. Because when you get an input which says that this is the best way to go forward in a nicely printed doctrine, sorted out, neat form, it is very difficult to say, no, I won't do this. And if we need to do that, we need to train for it. And that is my first take home from this. The second is that from being a commander of a limited airspace, the commander, like Group Captain Manohar brought out very succinctly, is now looking at the entire length and breadth of the country. So the old things like Uttarlai airfield got bombed on day one, and later Air Marshal, then Wing Commander M.M. Singh decided that he will use the parallel taxi track and will carry on operations and not tell anybody for the next 4 days. win 3 VRCs for the station in that period is not going to happen. The commander is not going to be able to limit his thing to that little small area that he has and do that beautifully. The commander will have to look at that huge picture. And in that huge picture, a lot of things would be happening. And in those lot of things that are happening, some would be very important, some would not be so important. Your AI, ladies and gentlemen, is going to tell you that this is the important thing, when it may not be. And if you look at generative AI, at the bottom, it always says, ChatGPT is AI. It can make mistakes. Please check. The line which we almost never read. AI has gone and appended the old OODA loop. 39 years in service, I think for 37 years, we used to talk about the OODA loop every day. But just as I was about to hang my boots, the OODA loop got appended by AI. So now perceive is like observe. I will understand that. In the PPSA cycle, predict has become difficult. Because now AI will tell you that there is a such and such % chance of such and such thing happening, such and such % chance of such and such thing happening, such and such % chance of such and such thing happening. You take a decision, but remember that AI is a tool and may make mistakes. And when time is short, then to be able to choose the right thing, to predict the right thing, whether to go with the AI or whether to shut down the AI and think of the right thing is the tough part. And some of it we've seen in the latest Iran war. The war is still ongoing. I would not like to comment further. Then you select. Out of these probabilities which you have in front of you, you have to select. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this commander has not been trained for this. This is not a part of our training. Our training depends on sitting in front of an orange screen in a cold, dark ops room for years to become the battle air defense commander for that place, or becoming the best fighter pilot that was there, or the best pilot that was there, and becoming the commander who will choose from these options. There is no training on how does AI make these predictions, what is the data that has gone in, how the amount of data that has gone in. If you put in one more set of data, it is going to change the predictions entirely. So is it just the fact that I forgot to tell it that, yeah, it's actually winters also? Because that is going to change. And that is what we have to keep in mind before we act. So training for this is my next takeaway. Now, how does a human being control AI? You can have human in the loop, where the AI gives a suggestion and the human acts. You can have human on the loop, where you tell AI that, okay, as long as you don't kill more than whatever, we'll take Pakistan and the latest airstrike on the hospital. Being a doctor, it's closer to my heart. So if you don't kill more than 200 patients in a hospital, it is okay. You tell the AI something like that. So within those bounds, you let the AI take its own decisions and say, do what you wish. If it is going beyond those bounds, then the AI taps you on the shoulder and says, look, it's going to be 225 patients. What should I do? So that is human on the loop. And then you have human out of the loop, which you may need in certain situations where things are unfolding so fast that you can't, a human being can't keep track of it. A lot of praise was laid upon Akashti during Op Sindoor. Maybe something like that, where the decision has been made by a computer, the computer launches, and you go ahead from there. So that or the Iron Dome or wherever else we are looking at. So that is another way of dealing with AI. And all these have been used in the past 4 conflicts that we are talking of, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Sindoor, whether it's Gaza, or whether it is the currently ongoing Iran, in different contexts. So now let's get back to where the AI does a good job. Sensor fusion, beautiful. Targeting efficiency, yes and no. We know that civilian areas have been targeted by AI, both by Gospel and by Palantir. And all that has come out of the attackers is a sorry. If it is logistics modeling, I would be very happy. If AI tells me that, look, your numerical equivalence with your adversary is so much, so the chances that you will go looking at these various battles, that you will need this amount of ammunition, this amount of rations, you will be able to penetrate to such and such depth, etc., etc., etc. I would quite easily take that, and for that AI is a very good tool. If it's going to tell me how many people I'm going to lose, if the battlefield dynamics are not going to change, if the doctrine is not going to change, if the strategy is not going to change, I'm going to lap up what AI tells me. And of course, if the unfolding scenario is so fast that a human being cannot make sense of it, then I will have to trust AI. So, I already mentioned this. A human out of the loop kind of a scenario was used in parts, and I have no inside knowledge of Op Sindoor. So, in fact, what I'm quoting here is a Pakistani think tank. I thought that we will take the other side's perspective of what we did. And so that is what I'm quoting. So they say that India achieved a 94% accuracy. They say that they had a tri-service AI-generated kill web. They say that India utilized 23 different active tools. So that is what I'm taking. The numbers may vary. The thought behind it does not vary. So in brief, focused context, human out of the loop may work. Or a human on the loop may also work, wherein these decisions are taken by AI, and the bigger decisions as to which bases to strike, when to strike, which aircraft to strike or not to strike may be taken by the human. Here the human is on the loop. On the other hand, in Ukraine, they initially allowed AI to take the decisions. Till Russia started spoofing the GNSS and the GPS, it started giving spoofed coordinates, and the attacks and the defense both started going awry. And very quickly, Ukraine started putting a human in the loop. But this human, like was brought out by Group B Manohar, was not a soldier. This human was a software developer. This human was a hobbyist. This human was a software programmer who started understanding better than others that, okay, if this is the kind of coordinates I'm getting, this is likely to be spoofed for reason A, B, C, and D. And so they started putting in a human in the loop to start turning this entire thing around. I've spoken a little bit about the gospel and a little bit about automation bias and how it is likely to change a human being into a rubber stamper. And that is something that we need to not only be aware of, but train for. We as doctors also fall into the same thing. You get an ECG, the ECG says abnormal ECG, and I'm sure a lot of pilots will start pulling out their pistols by now. And the doctor says, please go get a TMT done. Whereas, if you look at that ECG more carefully, you can say that, no, this would be a variant of normal, and you don't really need to go and get a TMT done, even though the machine says so. And that is something which I have practiced. But that is something which you have to build into yourself and also train for. So, if we want to train a new person today, a new commander today, what should we train this new commander for? And I will leave this question open. Only a few suggestions are here. Do you want this person to be able to fight a battle, become a wide spectrum, a wide theater battle manager? Do you want this person to have multi-domain knowledge? Do you want this person to have a single domain knowledge? Do you want this person to have a knowledge outside the military domain into software programming, into how AI generates an answer, into what are the algorithms running behind an AI which is giving an answer? I will leave this open to you because this is something on which I have no answer really. This is a big divide between the soldier of today and the AI of tomorrow. And I believe that the military which is able to lick this issue, is able to cross this gap, to cross this chasm, is going to function the best in an AI-driven scenario tomorrow. That is all that I had to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very enlightening talk. And I endorse most of the things that you have said. And essentially, at a broader level, if you see the AI and the human algorithmic synchronization will certainly lead to significant improvement in situational awareness, reduction in sensor to shooter times, as well as in enhancing the operational tempo. Just example of one positive and a negative. Negative first. You did make a mention that AI certainly can make mistakes. And one of the examples has been this AI application, which was a AI-driven database which the Israelis had used during the Gaza conflict, called Lavender. And in this particular program, what they had done was to give a kind of a figure for every suspected target from 1 to 100, depending upon, his history, his social connections, and his movements, etc. The application just went wrong about 10 times, but it was a very costly kind of an error. It resulted in almost about 3,600 deaths. Now that is the negative of AI for you. As far as the positive aspect is concerned, if everything goes well, I mean, it's tremendous. If you can replace the OODA loop with PPSA, at every stage, whether it's observe, orientate, decide, the AI is well ahead of you. The AI is already, when you're observing, the AI has already understood what the problem is, through perceiving. When you're talking in terms of orientation, the AI is already doing the forecast for you. And as far as, the decision, whether when you're going to take the decision to act, the AI is actually recommending courses of action. So that's going to be the difference in terms of how much you can get your AI right. And one of the examples here is the number of intelligence analysts who were used during Operation Freedom during the 2003 Iraqi war. There were close to about 2,000 guys involved in the Combined Air Operations Center in the Middle East. And this time, apparently, what I read, I mean, I can't believe it, there were just 20 of them. And that's AI for you. So with that, I think I'll open this thing for questions. Please go ahead. Keep your questions absolutely brief. And yeah.
Jain sir, I'm Colonel Nestor D'Souza and presently a research fellow at IDSA. My question is for Air Vice Marshal Anupam Agarwal, sir. So slightly digressing from your topic, before algorithm comes data. So how does a country like China, who fought its last war in 1979, generate that kind of data to train their algorithms on? And I'm speaking specifically about the military applications of AI. when you do not have data on battle specific to your own country and conditions, how good will those algorithms be in absence of data? Thank you.
Is it on? Thank you for your question. You're right. I mean, if there is no data, there is no algorithm which can run on it. So what does anybody do? You look at the data which is being generated in Ukraine, you look at the data that is being generated in Pakistan, you look at the data which is being generated from Sindoor, and the good or the bad of this is that there is a gold mine of data which is available in OSINT. There is a gentleman called, I've forgotten his name. He was a program manager at, product manager at Google, and this has come out like about 3 or 4 days ago. He, based on OSINT only and Claude AI, has built a system which is almost as good as the Palantir US system. He is running it. I'll give you the name after this. It's there on my slide. Actually, I've forgotten the name. It's running. It's available. He is willing to share it with anybody who wants it, and it's based only on open source int. So data is not as hard to come by today as it used to be a couple of years ago. That is the answer.
Just add a little bit to that. You definitely need data, to have your algorithms right. But data itself is not going to be sufficient. And that's where the human comes in terms of judgment. Because data, after all, is correlated statistical data. And all that the AI is doing is giving you probabilistic forecasts. When it comes to human judgment, you have a number of factors that come in. You have the intent, you have the context, you have the ethics. The human is also involved about what is going to be the consequences and the outcome. So these aspects are not, really catered by AI, and that's the reason for the human AI integration, synchronization, and data itself is not adequate, to come to correct answers.
Okay, my question is for Group Captain Sukhbir. Check. Okay. Ma'am, the concept of defense is inherently a reactive concept. We are always making our strategies depending on what enemy has. So when we are talking about the doctrinal shift in recent conflicts, do you think there is any change from this being a reactive strategy towards something else? And if it is, in what direction we are moving in terms of doctrinal shift?
I brought it out in my presentation in the second or the third slide itself. As a fighter controller, I was never trained on just one aspect of warfare. It was everything is about offense and defense. The same set of fighter controllers who control the defensive cap can just with the shift of a chair and a console be controlling the offensive cap which is going across, or the large force engagement which is going across, or help the air battle manager in choosing which SAM systems to use, which weapons to employ. So it's the Indian way of fighting, at least. The air warfare has always been offensive and defensive. So this is the core philosophy around which all of us train, operate. It is the ISCCS ops room or any other control ops room is a combination of offense and defense. There are no separate silos here. So as far as the Indian scene is concerned, yes, there is the doctrinal shift, I would say, existed right from 1960s. So it has never been, we've never seen defense as a separate part of, our way of operating.
Different question from the present circumstances, because the issue came out of managed air defense. We've seen Israel, small country, the best of equipment and weapons did get through, and that is a known fact. Challenges in our country, in India, the challenge of scale becomes a huge issue in the quantum of air defense you can provide to this nation. Now, the average public doesn't know that. They are under the impression that all this Sudarshan Chakra will keep every citizen safe. It will not. Now, that reality is fine for nations which are used to wars or taking punishment. Ukraine, Iran, Gaza. But we really haven't seen bombs and missiles falling into our cities and townships. So for that, you have to make your nation, your citizens resilient, or at least be aware of the fact that this is a reality. I think in Sindhur, the first time we revived PAD-GD measures and ground defense, which seemed like a game to everybody, but it was a harsh reality. And it has gone out of our minds from 71 war. So my question to you is that, while we go about this, isn't there a need to create more discourse and awareness in this nation that if we escalate into a full-scale war or a larger war and conflict, the citizens will get sucked into it. And there's a limit to how much defense can provide. Because if you don't do that, budget-wise, you can get knocked off. It says, look, this is not going to defend us. So why should we spend money on it?
That we need to be alive to. And in fact, one of the efforts that we did here at IDSA when we came out with an edited volume on and a very academic perspective on Mission Sudarshan Chakra was this element of increased discourse amongst the civilian population, and to understand what air defense means and what mass bombardment can do to you. So I'm totally with you on this. We have to find ways and means to increase this discourse with the average person on what do these systems mean, what is their strategy, what is the offensive part of it, what is the defensive part of it, how are they supposed to react. Because as I brought it out, Israel has taken so many years. The 1970s, I think the Home Command was formed. So we do not have anything parallel. We just have that Civil Defense Control Center where we call up, and I'm sure it's been refined over the years. But yes, this is something which requires a discourse beyond think tanks in the active journalist circles, and of course, definitely beyond the tri-services boundaries.
So this is in context of aerospace defense, and recently also in this Iran conflict, there is suspicion of endo-atmospheric surface-to-surface missiles having been used, and indeed some of them have got away with it and struck some very strategic targets. Here we are talking about air defense, but when we look at it from the perspective of aerospace defense, and we are aware of the BMD, and decades old, sort of discussions have been taking place regarding how does AD of the country stitch in with the BMD programs, which are, I'll say, DRDO or civilian run, without going into any sort of classified aspects. Is there some thought process as to how we bring this, use of surface-to-surface missiles, endo-atmospheric, under this overhang of nuclear issues, into the context of Air Force's responsibility to look after AD of the country?
I'll answer this question with India has always adopted a very sound foundational philosophy when it comes to air defense. And progressively over the years, we've just built upon this. So to my understanding, the BMD element, as I mentioned, is on the periphery. I deliberately mentioned that I would not speak much about it. It's a part of this foundational sound understanding of air defense. It can extend into aerospace defense now. That is centralized command, distributed control, decentralized execution. So this is this foundational basis on which we already have the structures in place. We have the weapon systems, the various centers which undertake this control. And even in Op Sindoor, it is evident that this BMD architecture was a part of the existing architecture. So there are no gaps there. Of course, we have to build a lot in terms of these sensors, the space-based sensors and the counters. So that is something which I believe was covered in the first session already. But as far as this philosophy of air defense and aerospace defense is concerned, that does not change. That remains the same. You just need to keep adding layers on top. So this is my understanding of how we progress from air defense to aerospace defense.
Thank you, sir. Yes. First, to Himanshu Rajesh Kumar. So shooting down of male UAVs and takeover of male UAVs by Iran. And is there a need to review our current approach of developing turboprop male HAL UAVs? Second, the kind of drone threat posed on us, the low speed, low flying drones, is there a need to review our air defense strategy and think of converting low speed HTT-40s, IJTs, LCH for counter drone, equipping them with counter drone capabilities and neutralizing it? And to Rupi Sukhbir, what kind of organizational and technological gap you think in integration of unmanned systems and reducing the fratricide? Remember, 3 F-16 was shot down.
So to answer your second question first about with these low, low RCS drones, etc. So do we convert existing things, or do we go in for new technology? Should we put our force into directed energy weapons, for example? If we feel that technology is close to development, then maybe going both sides may not be cost effective. So it finally depends on the technological status that we are in terms of directed energy weapons. For the small drones, directed energy weapons seem to be the most economical choice at the moment. So if you're going in that direction, then definitely that's the way to go. But if we find that we are unable to make breakthroughs in directed energy weapons and are dependent on technology from others, then we can use existing platforms. They have been used, by the way. Existing platforms, a lot of drones, Shahid drones, have been shot down by Apaches in Israel. So some of them which have come across, and some of them also have been shot down over Jordan using other slower moving assets. In fact, even in some of the theaters in Russia, they have used helicopters to shoot down drones. So it's possible to do that. Question is, even F-16s have shot down with guns Shahid drones. So all possible methods are possible. What is the best strategy? Perhaps seems to be directed energy weapons at this particular stage. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the first question once again? Yeah. So
the turboprop as of now.
So I agree with you on the UAVs. There is a TB2 was the star of the Armenia conflict. After that, it was attempted to be used in the Ukraine by the Ukrainians. After it got shot down, hardly ever used in a conflicted or in a contested airspace. So in contested airspace, male HAL UAVs are practically of no use. The US has used the MQ-9 extensively in the Middle East and have got shot down extensively. So makes sense to use in certain occasions. See, you require persistent IR, ISR. all the time in peacetime as well. So for peacetime persistence, it's good. In a conflicted or in a contested airspace, it simply has no role to play. So, but you need to build up your databases as well. You need to do that. So there is a limited role for male hail UAVs, but in the thick of battle, you have to keep them away.
Do not ask me. So, so that's a local joke within IDSA. Sir, I'm glad you asked me this question, and I'll allow me to use an analogy from World War II. We had the V-1 flying bombs. Germany had launched approximately 9,000 bombs, more than that, between 1944 to 45, and about 2,400 landed in the city of London itself. And how did the British air defense system respond? That is how the layered defenses came up. They had the Spitfires along the English coast, the balloon barrage units, the guns, the point defense. So that was a brilliant adaptation of strategy and how to, come up with newer tactics to challenge, counter challenges. So in this case, specific organizational changes, I do not foresee anything. Yes, we can revive some of our, it was suggested by Marshal Rana when he contributed to our book on Sudarshan Chakra. We can revive the old system of the CRCs, which used to look after low-level areas specifically. We'll get into further details of that in a one-to-one conversation. And otherwise, systems and technology, yes. So I would recommend keeping the current organization as it is, and get more systems detection. I'm biased here since I'm a controller. I need to see because I do not know how to defend if I cannot see more and more radars, and the systems to counter these threats.
So I think, sir, it remains for me the establishments for this collaborative effort in organizing this seminar, which has definitely been a success. Thanks to all the staff who must have worked behind the scenes, to make it a success. And I assume a receptive audience. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair and speakers, for a very engaging discussion. I request all the panelists to kindly step out for a photograph, please. We'll now have the closing address. I request Ambassador Sujana Chenoy, DG MP-IDSA, AVM Anil Gulani, DG CAPSS, and Group Captain Sukhbir Kaur Minas to kindly join us on the stage for the closing address. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a little late in the day today, and I don't wish to make a very long statement. My task is easy. I can simply say that I'll moderate this session and leave it to Air Vice Marshal Gulani to convey the gist of what we have discussed, but hasn't it been a fascinating discussion since yesterday? To my mind, this journey from, the Dowding system and the chain home radars during World War II and the V1, bombs that were flying across to London. Now we are talking about AI and the OODA chain moving into the PPSA arena. I was reading a book by Nitin Seth, The Human Edge in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, and he referred to, in spiritual terms, the distinction that we must make between data, information, intelligence, and wisdom. But I think this spectrum or continuum from data to make it into information, to make information more intelligent, to consume it as not just information, but to apply your mind to it, and then to take it to wisdom. This continuum, I think, also is equally applicable to the world of air defense and aerospace defense, and the strategic renaissance of air power that we have discussed since yesterday. For me, it's been a great learning curve. I've always said that it is futile to speak of international relations without linking it to national security. And this is a very fine example, Marshal Gulani, of our ability to work together. As you all know, IDSA is not a think tank that does only IR. We work at the confluence of international relations, defense, and national security in its entirety. But to connect this institution, as it must, with the enormous talent that is available in other think tanks, and especially CAPSS, I think this is something that I attach personally great importance to. I believe that it should be a national endeavor to work together. There should be mil-mil fusion, there should be civil-military fusion, there should be fusion not only in terms of the sensors and all that technology can do for you, but also the fusion between minds, between all this talent and expertise available in different parts of the country. But have we truly been able to form those, synaptic connections, if not technological connections, to be able to work together? So I think this has been a wonderful 2-day seminar. I hope to be able to repeat it, on some specific themes also in the near future. And we will do such work with the Army and Navy as well. When we speak of strategic renaissance of air power, we are obviously talking about all the three services. For it is not just the domain, as you will all agree, of the Air Force, though I see more blue today. I would have been equally happy to see at least enough of white and olive green in the room today. I know there has been representation, but we should do more of that together, because they too use airspace today. They too use the aerospace domain, and without effective use of this domain, we will be found wanting. Just a few points that emerged, which I'm sure he will elaborate with his greater expertise, my good friend Air Vice Marshal Gulani. But I was struck by the point that was made yesterday by Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria also, that we are speaking of MUMTI and sixth generation and things like that, but we should be really working. Our calling is to think about technologies beyond MUMTI also, in a fully automated AI environment. And if we don't do that parallel to our work on things like man-unmanned teaming, we will again be falling short. So while we look at the fifth generation AMCA, we should also be looking at sixth generation technologies. This must proceed in parallel. Propulsion systems, I had myself referred to yesterday, but more than anything else, I think we need to apply our minds to the continuing relevance of fighter aircraft in the future, but also the propulsion systems that will take them around. We can't be dependent on others. I'm firmly convinced about that. No matter how good we have by way of our strategic partnerships, you cannot be dependent on anyone for the next 50 years. If the MiG-21 platform is anything to go by, you're looking at half a century of operating a certain platform with upgrades, etc. So that is something that I feel very strongly about. I was astounded to learn, of course, the knowledgeable people know about it, but the shortcomings, especially in LEO, with regard to our satellites, the numbers, the kind of performance that is expected in order to create a safer India. If that is lacking, then by gosh, we have to really start working on it today, or maybe as of yesterday, as far as these satellites and adequate numbers and capabilities are concerned. One other thing came through very sharply for me is that it is not just quality but also quantity that will matter. And we will need numbers. We will have to look at wars potentially of attrition that last. We'll have to think of high-level technologies, low-level technologies, an amalgam of the two to be able to last the course. And the emphasis has to be on asymmetrical costs. We will have to think about cheaper options as far as air defense is concerned, learning from the unfolding drama in West Asia. What is the low-cost option available to us? Space and data aggregation and all these very important concepts were discussed today. I also like this profound statement that was made that air defense should be institutionalized and not improvised. And in that, I think other important concepts came in about involving the people of India. We are speaking among ourselves, but we need to speak out to the people of India and make them aware of these potential threats and dangers that are around in this very uncertain world. So with these few words, it's my, very, very fortunate duty to thank Air Vice Marshal Anil Golani and CAPSS for this joint venture that we have created. We'll do more of these, as I said before. I want to thank my colleague, Group Captain Ajay Lele, for his support with all his experience, and above all to Group Captain Sukhbir Kaur Minhas, who not only made an outstanding presentation today, but has worked very hard to put this whole thing together for all of us. And all that solid work that has also gone on your part to enable IDSA to come out with this seminal book. We are the first to have come out with a book on Sudarshan Chakra, Mission Sudarshan Chakra. And please give some thought to where all this will feed into Mission Sudarshan Chakra at the end of the day. Now comes the happy task of simply handing over to Air Marshal Golani. I request you to deliver your closing remarks, and thereafter I request you also, Groupie Sukhbir Kaur Minhas, to say a few words at the very end. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Ambassador Chiroy. I think all of you will agree with it's been a wonderful day and a half that we've had. And I think ambassadors more or less summed up a lot of issues, but I just, make a couple of points. I think, wars and conflicts aim to solve problems, but they are the problems in themselves. And I think when we started working on this, doing this together, and the subjects and the panels and the discussions and everything that we chose today now seems to be prescient in many ways, not only about air power, but the nuclear issue as well, which was spoken of yesterday. And Ambassador Chinoy was absolutely right in saying that, conflict, obviously, I mean, the biggest lesson that came out was that it is not air power alone which is going to, give you victory, or whether it will lead to a regime change, or it will solve any problem. I think the problem solving has to be, much deeper in terms of strategy and the political objectives that are sought to be achieved. And if you don't look at that, then you will get into endless conflicts. Is what we are seeing today. Having said that, I think in a lot of issues, necessity becomes the mother of invention. We've seen the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where the use of drones. Where have we reached today? And similarly, when it comes to air domain awareness, I think the presentation that was given, we on our part, the Indian Air Force has taken some baby steps in this direction in the region. When we had the Tarang Shakti in the year before last, we had a seminar on air domain awareness. And I hope that, collaborative is the way forward to ensure greater security in our region and all. And that's the way that we are going to go. I think what also I would like to emphasize and say is that, I would like to thank all our speakers, who have come from Brigadier who spoke from the United States, speakers from Egypt, Indonesia, Republic of Korea, and Japan and UAE. I think we greatly thank you for giving excellent presentations and your perspective, which has greatly enriched our seminar. A special word also for the three of the speakers were graduates of the Warfare and Aerospace Strategy program that we run at CAPSS, and it's really heartening to see them giving such excellent presentations. I think just a word about the OODA loop. We talk about the OODA loop in terms of time compression of having reduced from some X number of seconds to X minus seconds. But if you go beyond, look into the philosophy of the OODA loop, it goes much beyond that into the psyche of the enemy and what the enemy is going to think, and to preempt the enemy from doing what he's wanting to do. So this is an area that I think we need greater study. We also, it's just yesterday we put on our website a joint study that we've done on the West Asia conflict, which I believe is being quoted by CNN now as we speak. It was a joint effort done by us and the scholar from the Center for Military History in Switzerland, who had written on Op Sindoor in New York Times and all. So it's there on open source for everybody to read. So please have a look at that study also. But I would also like to, thank Wing Commander Godbole. Initially, we framed this seminar, and thereafter, Wing Commander Raja and then Wing Commander Godbole. And of course, Ashish, my ADG, and Sukhbir over here. And I take your point, Ambassador Chinoy, of, us together taking this forward, to more productive outcomes into the future. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Group Captain Sukhbir Kaur Minhas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at the culmination of this landmark event, the first ever joint conference between Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis and the Center of Aerospace, Power and Strategic Studies, CAPSS. We believe this conference has raised appropriate questions, flagged important issues, and underlined key areas for strategic focus. It was our earnest endeavor to contribute to the debate on this vital subject and to facilitate greater clarity amongst policymakers, practitioners, academia, research organizations, and concerned citizens. That both MP-IDSA and CAPSS have brought their distinct institutional strengths to bear on a shared challenge is itself a model worth replicating. On behalf of Ambassador Chinoy and AVM Golani, I thank all our distinguished moderators and speakers for their insights delivered despite demanding schedules. We are especially grateful to our international speakers whose perspectives enriched the proceedings immeasurably and reminded us that the strategic renaissance of air power is a global and not a regional phenomena. I'm deeply grateful to the leadership of both the institutions for their vision in conceiving this joint initiative and for the energy, direction, and resolve with which they steered this effort from conception to conclusion. Equal gratitude is owed to the administrative teams of both MP-IDSA and CAPSS who worked in close coordination to resolve every logistical challenge with professionalism and dedication. Their seamless collaboration behind the scenes was the invisible architecture upon which this two-day conference has stood. A very special acknowledgement is due to the support teams responsible for hospitality, communications, digital outreach, and audiovisual management. They have ensured that this experience for those physically present and for those who engaged with us online and from abroad was seamless and enriching. The scholars and research teams at both institutions who contributed to the intellectual preparation of the event deserve a particular recognition. The quality of the dialogue on the floor that you saw in no small measure is a reflection of the groundwork that they laid. Finally, we thank all the participants, those who've traveled from across the country and within the country, who've engaged with us on social media, and those who followed the proceedings on digital platforms. Your questions, insights, and engagement elevated this conference beyond an academic exercise into a genuine strategic conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to take your leave, we hope that this joint initiative between MP-IDSA and CAPSS will not remain a solitary milestone. And I take this from what both the DGs have just said. So we look forward to building on the foundations laid today and hope to welcome you again at a future edition of such a similar dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, chair, speakers, and all the participants who've joined us in 2 days. And I now request you all to kindly join us for lunch in the dining hall on the ground floor. Thank you so much.